Okay. Should be all the pre-game stuff. And good. It's worrying that you become a wee siren.
What?
Really referring to the chat. Also, hello.
Yeah.
Good hello to everybody. Here we are. Session 78. That's what we're on, isn't it?
That's what I'm missing, my notebook.
Okay, go grab it then. From wherever it lives. And we'll get ourselves started.
Yes, that's what happened last week.
How good are your notes from last week? In fact, we'll get there. Do you know what? We'll get there. Let's not do things too out of order. Like I've been doing since the Monday game was a wee bit experimental with its intros. Welcome to.
We're not doing the wrap up now?
Nope, we're not. Nope. In fact, you know what we'll do? We'll do the cliffhanger now of the session, and then we'll just work our way backwards to see how we got there. You know? One of those, like a show's kind of like creatively hit rock bottom, and it comes up with like the ending, and then it says, 5 hours earlier. Yeah.
Bet you're wondering how I got here.
Or, that show, was it How I Met Your Mother? That entirety thing. I say this for the hate clicks. This part, I know it's a popular show. So, yes. Anyway,
I don't
welcome.
think anyone was really... I mean, it was very clear they had no idea what the ending was and just kind of fucking made it up.
I never watched it, so I don't really know.
They didn't know what they were doing. They had a premise, and they sort of just intended to keep going until they were told they had to stop.
That seems fair. I'm gonna do
my intro now. Why not?
Gonna do my intro now. So welcome to the Invasion Session 78. It is the 26th of January 2022. I'm Ryan the GM, and it is any other things I say? Session 78, date, me, players.
Hello, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening, everyone. I'm Chris, and I am Keldrath, the Dragonborn Monk.
And hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
Yes. And now, what did your notes do? Alexander. What have you got written?
Well, it doesn't really tell us what happened.
It
tells us what we learned.
Okay. What did you learn?
Things like the dragons wiped out the Genasi. The dragons made the Dragonborn. The Baru fled from the dragons in quote-unquote fear.
Yeah.
And the fled is also in quotes. And I'm surprised the dragons isn't.
Okay, yep. Mm-hmm.
And Fleabite entered the room. That was it. We just sort of expositioned that at the end. Yeah,
just to clarify where we were. Gonna fade back in on Fleabite. Also you've been given inspiration, it says here specifically for protecting the baby.
Yeah, that, I'm sure will.
I mean, it'll be fine. Yes. Anything else? People remember from last time? So last time it started with the dragon pretty much waking up Fleabite, and then on the hijinks of him trying to get back to the room with said dragon, or out of Barris with the dragon. The other half would have been Betuv, yourself.
Yeah, we were talking in the library.
Keldrath, yeah.
I think if I recall, sort of ended just after we mentioned Richter.
Yeah, Richter he was brought up, yep. I believe the last words were something akin to Von Rune is an enemy to the Baru. Mm-hmm.
We
Yep.
discovered our stone that
wait.
helped us read languages or whatever it was faulty in some way.
Yes.
Wait, didn't we also, as I recall, we also got why, right? He stole from them.
Oh, do you remember why? Yes.
Yeah, he stole from them.
I thought you meant why he stole from them, as in you were
No,
about
why
to talk
Dave's
about.
an
Yeah.
enemy.
Mhm.
True.
Yeah.
That he stole.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and that had kind of been like foreshadowed in an earlier session where, like, you know, you had been made aware that somebody had stole from the library.
Given their lock system doesn't seem to have been too.
You just rearrange a bunch of crystals on the wall and you're good, right? Like, how difficult can that be? Yeah. Anything else worthy of note?
Was this wasn't something that happened last time. That was just a question, so maybe
Okay.
I'll ask it later.
Ask now. We're here.
What was her name? Tink's instructor.
Antonia Starling.
Yes. What race was she?
She was a high elf.
Okay.
Why?
I just had a weird Von Rune dwarf connection that I couldn't quite figure out.
I think it's because
Right,
it
is
looks
it
like his
because
art
Von
looks.
Rune sounds vaguely dwarfish?
Yeah, like Andy's art looks
Possibly.
quite dwarvish as well.
Hmm.
So like, yeah, there is a lot.
Very
of
Germanic.
Do I have his art handy? Is that something I actually have? I should do. Where is it?
Oh no. If he's got it, that means that he'll be turning up.
Oh no, it's not a token. That would be, planning. But yeah, that was the art I used for him. Just because it looks great. That looks really kind of dwarven-y, if you ask me. What a great looking guy.
Yeah, this is, well, sort of, yeah, there's definitely some Nordic vibes. The symbol and the staff, overlapping of the armor. The beard also could sort of argue.
Yeah, the braided beard. It's-
Like the buckles and stuff under it as well. Like under the beard is, well, a very kind of dwarven-y vibed. Although like weird kind of almost like Horus-y type vibes.
Yeah.
Well. So yeah. But fun art.
All this
nonetheless.
time, we didn't know. No one actually stood near him. We thought he was just far away.
Oh,
All
dear.
the people I've yet to meet.
Yeah, I don't know if you're yeah, it's maybe not a great idea to meet him now. Given the last thing he said, really, besides please stop talking about my dead mother, was destroy the dragon egg or bring me the dragon egg to destroy. So yeah. Not great. He wasn't super chill about dragons coming back. Reputations and all. But yeah. All other thing you had was you kinda learned that the Dragonborn were pretty much created by the dragons as well. I think that was about the other thing you learned. So
Yeah.
Genasi made dragons. Dragons killed Genasi. Dragons made Dragonborn. And Von Rune, I guess. That should probably be stated. So yeah.
Just getting that Jurassic Park moment.
Woman inherits the earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
The Jurassic Park thing, was it like man creates
Yeah,
dinosaur?
theory.
Yeah, dinosaur eats man, woman inherits the earth.
Alright.
Yeah,
It's been a long time since that film.
Yeah, I'm surprised that was rattling around my brain as well, to be fair. I couldn't tell you the last time I watched Jurassic Park. But yeah. So I think that's a good enough catch up. Yeah. Right, okay, goals. Let's look at those things. So what's in play this week?
We are going to try and free the brew from the illithid.
Yeah. What else is in play?
Ascertain the relationship between the illicit and the brew leadership.
And
Meet with Safim.
and my favourite one.
And then I'm sure we'll have time to defeat Menglod after all that.
I like the
Uh-huh.
importance Menglod gets in the goal tracker. Like, I like it.
We
It's
just
good.
don't want to let. I was going to say her, it,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was R.
Like her's
Oh.
good. Yeah, you could say
Yeah.
Menglod was her. Yeah. And then lastly, we have on general goals.
Secure a safe exit from Barras City.
Yes. And what about your personal goal? What's that, Kilgrath?
Mine's is to arrange a meeting with the Baru resistance leadership.
And Vanger.
To attain a suitable staff.
Yes. And Fleabite.
To care for the dragon.
Like, I like in contact with Fleabite, that implies that you're apathetic towards it. Like you could take or leave it. That's amusing to me. Right, yes, that's us there. So I guess we open the session up in the library with Tuv, Keldrath.
Candlestick.
Okay, yeah. Is it Mrs. Bunn, the baker's wife as well? Also, is that how we're playing this? Some kind of board game mashup. So, library, Tuv, Keldrath, Vanger. Vonrin is the enemy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I say we did talk beyond that. I'm sure because we ascertained that it was something that had been stolen from the library by him, and that was the cause. So
I know that is pretty much like the ending of that scene. We
Was
did
it?
yeah, we ended it there, and then the only last thing was once I'd said we'd ended it, I'd said, Fleabite had got back into the room through the
where did I
balcony.
get the bit about?
Because it had been
stolen
mentioned
from?
earlier. You just knew somebody had stole from the library, you just didn't know who.
So we definitely don't know for sure it was him that stole.
I think it's
Yeah.
pretty clear. Like, I'm pretty sure there was dialogue
Yeah,
leading up
okay.
to that line saying Vonrin is an enemy of the brew. Like, it could even have been, I have not went back and checked my exact wording, but I could believe I would have said he stole from us and thus Vonrin is an enemy to the brew, right? Like, I could believe that's how it was said.
I think it was explicitly said that he stole.
And if it wasn't, it was.
Okay.
So these are there.
I think I'm going to leave this one up to you, as you have more relationship with Von Brun at the moment.
Well, I've met him. I see. He stole from you.
Kind of nods. Betuv.
How?
Yeah.
How did he come to be here in the first place?
Betuv says, what do you know of Vonrin? He seems no stranger to you.
He's he's a self-made king. He instructs in some manner of sorcery, and I'm using sorcery in the broad, in universe sense, rather than the people who know how the mechanics of magic actually work sense.
Yeah.
Vanger hasn't read the PHB.
Yeah.
He does seem to have some technological wonders beyond what you would expect of most civilizations, but generally men don't possess such machines. Generally, anyway. I could be. I'm not going to claim I've visited every land of men. He was an imposing figure, determined. I believe he's how should I put it? Because Vanguard does clearly know, right, about, even though I don't know what Fleabite knows, but some connection between him and the dragons beyond just that he killed them, because I've spoken to God damn it, how have I forgotten her name?
Cynthia?
Cynthia, thank you.
That's okay. I was surprised that was the person you forgot. That was all. Yeah, I'm
Cynthia,
trying to work
I
out what
have
Vanguard
some
would know.
idea that there's something more
Like-
than just antagonism there, right?
I think as far as you know, like the party's kind of general knowledge, if we exclude what Fleabite just learned, obviously in the egg kind of room, cavern thing, you exclude that. I think Vanguard probably knows enough that he was angry at the dragons because he blamed them for his mother's death. That was known, and he wiped them out because of that.
Yeah.
But again, like Von Rune hasn't been particularly upfront about any of this, but this is what people just have accepted as fact now.
I'm sure I got some feedback, some comment on this from Cynthia herself, though, when we were speaking.
Specifically, what? Like, what is it you're trying to?
Something about the dragons. About I seem to recall having directly spoken to her about dragons at one point, and knowing firsthand that her view differed from mine.
Oh yeah, no, like she's always been like pro dragon, as it were. She's never said why though. That's it, but she has always been like,
Yeah.
she's been championing the, safety of the egg rather than its destruction, like her son. She might even have went as far to say that her son's misguided, right? Like she might even have said that to you at some point. So yeah, you know that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he he's credited with the destruction of the dragons, as we've discussed here. I know that he blamed them for the death of his mother, but that's contentious. He's currently been visiting, or at least last I was aware, visiting the city below, Vettershade, due to the ongoing noble marriage, wedding of a house from Evershade with a house from
Torque.
where was it?
Torque. T-O-R-K.
Torque.
Yep.
The main human place.
Yeah. Yep. Where the king
From
sits.
Torque. And that's about the length and breadth of it. I know he has some interest in the politics of Evershade, but no particular love for the place. I know that his mother has some connection there. I think she was from there. Older than he looks. Wait, no, I haven't actually seen his face. He was wearing his mask when I spoke to him, didn't he?
Yeah, so the party have seen his face because he's taken his mask off in front of the party before. So he did
that. Was that?
But obviously that's not something Vanguard.
Party.
But that's something that Vanguard wouldn't know, right? Because Vanguard wasn't there for that. But it's not something he. In fact, no, he did. He took his mask off when he was talking to you in the library in Evershade. When he sat down, he took his mask off and sat it down and talked to you. That was almost like a kind of visual cue of, I am telling you this, man to dwarf or whatever.
Okay.
So you've seen his face.
Happy with him. So yeah, older than he seems. Yeah, I think that's about everything that Vanguard can
and
like confidence, so I'll leave it at that. That's about.
I think even Batu's a wee bit he's a bit silent at that. That was a more kind of comprehensive answer than he kind of expected. You can tell that in his face. He's like, huh. And then he says, right. And your allegiance?
My only allegiance is to my god.
It kind of looks you can tell there's obviously a bit of skepticism. You can tell that Batuv isn't necessarily one of the Brood that have religion.
I'll expand on it a little, maybe. I pledge no allegiance to any man. Not when I say any man, I don't mean
It puts like a
Human
hand up to like excuse it, yeah.
I mean to say that I serve no worldly power.
Caboteur just nods and he looks over at you, Kildrath. He says, "And what of you?"
I, as we explained before, I've only been with the party a reasonably short time, and I've never met the guy. Von Brunn, I have.
How do you feel in regards to him being responsible for the death of your makers?
1 second, guys. Sorry.
Yep. As he consults with his lawyer. On the advice of counsel, you refuse to answer.
Yeah, more or less. I'll say this is something I'm going to have to digest, as I didn't even have the knowledge that the dragons had created us. My knowledge of my own people is lapsed, is something I'm working on. You've told me more today than I knew, than I understood.
He kind of just nods. And he goes, "Does this knowledge shape your opinions of this man?"
I believe it will. I believe it will. Once I know from this conversation that he has wiped out a race of dragons, I know that he has stolen from. You seem to be a friend to us, so he has stolen from your people. It doesn't bode well for him.
Can both of you roll insight?
I
Insight.
can and will.
Yeah.
If I can find my sheet.
I can somehow manage to not score. Well, that's literally the worst I could possibly do.
That is, to be fair. It's good to get it out early, though, I suppose. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, for some reason Vanguard doesn't pick up on this, but Kildrath, you get like a hint that when you were mentioning like him and Von Rune, there's something a bit more there. But you can tell he's chose not to interrupt you, if that makes sense when you're talking to him. But you can definitely tell like something crossed his mind as you were discussing your views on a Von Rune.
So picking up on that, I will turn around and say, we, from our conversations, we don't even know how long ago he visited your city. Did you know him personally? What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, he looks, and this is obvious to both of you now. If elephants could go paler, he does turn a bit paler in the complexion. And he starts you can see he's nervously fidgeting with his hand. He goes, "Since we are kind of gestures with his hand, kind of gesticulating, sharing. I was his envoy when he arrived at Barris. This is somewhat personal. You see, this betrayal of his kind of narrows his eyes and tries to look at both of you. What's any obvious visual signs on either of you, or still just kind of waiting to see where things go?"
Just probably curious. I don't think there's anything particular that Vanguard would suspect from anything that he said, you know?
Yeah, I think as well, both of you are high wisdom enough to kind of gauge this on passives alone, that you can tell he's embarrassed by this, and that he's probably being judged by other Baru because of this incident, right? This is probably why he doesn't seem to have a lot of, he does have a lot of free time, right? so he's not got a lot of people like coming after him for his like skills of any kind. He does seem to have just been left to his own devices. So yeah, he looks around and he says, this wiping out of the dragons, it happened some 50 years ago, and it was seemingly just after that he visited Barris. He
50 years ago.
like the two of just kind of nods. He seemed to pose as a friend to the Baru. He came as an example of what mankind had become since the Baru had exiled themselves. He just nods again. You can tell it's a bit painful for him to like recount this. Like definitely like a bit of shame to his kind of demeanour. And he says, he was brought before the leadership to see what he could offer Barris in way of, well, there's no kinder way to put this, unfortunately, but I guess the progress of the other races. A spokesperson, if you will, hoping to unlock the doors to Barris. At least to his kind. You see? He kind of just like nods, like very distinctly at two non-humans.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Maybe if you believe in fate, maybe we have been brought here to maybe rectify.
I can see the memes now, it's Rick-tofy. So he kind of nods about that, like almost like a dismissive nod, as if like he's trying not to think of that. And he says, "Yeah, he warned the leadership of a threat to Barris, and he claimed that he had rid the world of another threat, single-handedly. These dragons that died at his hand. As you can imagine, the skepticism that he met." He kind of like takes a big breath and goes, "It's not exactly he seems a man of ego, and he did not take this reaction well. He holds himself in high regard, and the Baru did not hold him in such regard. Simply someone else trying to claim evolution through violence." Kind of just nods again. However, the decision was made to reveal one of the secrets Barris has kept for many years. He looks at both of you. "We protect the last dragon egg. More so once we had heard of his acts. And we did not hear of the acts from him. We were aware of that. Most of Staccato was aware of that." He takes a big sigh, and then he arrived. Not many can ascend the mountain. And then
Helps to veer ships.
he says this is not something he had when he arrived.
I see.
He
Your
gives you,
technology.
he just nods, like again, closed eyes as well, as if, When he learned of this fact, that the dragons were not all gone, his behavior became unstable, emotional, and erratic, edging on violence. It did not come to that, though. He retained some semblance of control over himself, but he was dismissed from Varys. It seems you know him well enough that you can imagine how he took this.
I've met him on a couple of occasions. He struck me as a prideful man. And I understand the matter of the dragons is deeply personal to him. He's responsible for his mother's death.
Had we known of this fact before his arrival, perhaps we would have handled the situation with a bit more grace than we chose to. However, it is done. He left Barris, but he did not leave empty-handed. He took from our libraries knowledge that did not belong to him.
And he created his machines from it.
He just nods. Like again, closed eyes, just kind of nods. He
They're
says,
not
yes.
quite the same, as far as I can see, as the technology here in Barris. He has adapted it.
Kind of nods. He says, yes. His sorceries, as you put it, seemed to be infused with our technology, creating something new. My fear is that if he is as skilled as his reputation would imply, skilled enough to defeat dragons, that defeated their creators. You can see like the kind of like, not intensity, but like worry maybe in his eyes when he says that, and look in his voice. And then he says, I fear that if he chose to enact revenge on us here, we might not be prepared.
I think you overestimate his abilities. He's undoubtedly a powerful man. I've seen it to some degree firsthand, but
We would be no match for a dragon, and yet he killed them all.
indeed, somehow he did. But,
Yes,
well,
but
that maybe so. There are many other threats, many other things he perhaps would see fit to deal with, and yet doesn't. Perhaps the trick he pulled with the dragons he could only pull once. I know that's almost verging in meta, but I think it's fair enough to point out that like he clearly didn't think he could go and get the egg himself, or he would have done it.
yeah, like no, that's fair.
So
Like
Vanger's
it's
suspicious of the idea.
no, like as I said, like when you're like high enough wisdom, you can kind of like you can factor in like hypotheticals, right? And it's not beyond too much of the scope. Going, well, why hasn't he came for the egg? Obviously, it would be a bit obvious, being like, hey, look, it's that guy we don't like, right? It would be met with hostility, so it makes sense you would send a bunch of randoms. And keep in mind who that party had, right? So just for like everybody's clarity, the original party had a genasi in it, right? So that alone is a big deal, right? Or at least a genasi blooded, like a descendant, long since, which are very rare. It had a Baru in it, which is essentially like having a key to Barris, even if the Baru was in exile. And it had Tink, and a very, very intelligent gnome that had studied under Antonia Starling, who like had dealings with Von Rune in the past, and a priestess of chaos, which Von Rune's mother was. So
Feel under-equipped.
right, but that was like the OG party, and Fleabite, by the way. I don't want to like discount.
Yes, thank you. I was waiting for that.
and
The only one that's still here.
yeah, the one that carried the torch. Right. Like we also like we had a Storm Barbarian back then as well. I don't want to like discount the actual cast list itself, but yeah, he was there too. So yeah, like there's definitely been like a bit of clout, if that makes sense, in that initial party. So you can see where like Von Rune's mind would immediately go, this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity to get them into Barris, given they have a Baru a priestess of chaos, and I can't even think of what I just mentioned 2 seconds ago. The Genasi, that was it.
Yeah, and Tink.
It's the Genasi specifically though, because you have now learned this seems to have been like an old Genasi place, right? It's been built over, like Baru. Barris, sorry. Baru will get you into Barris, ideally, and a priestess of chaos is always a sign of good and bad luck. So, yeah.
And I think it's worth remembering that incredible moment where Thea
Yep.
said priestess got very lippy with Von Rune, and he proceeded to try and kind of shut her up, and she was able to just completely take it and wash over and keep going despite his objections, which
Yeah,
was a very satisfying moment.
it was very enjoyable where Thea, again, I can't even remember what level you were then, but whatever.
Like 3.
Yeah, I think it was definitely like 3, maybe 4, but 3 definitely. And Thea was the subject of a banishment spell that she resisted while staring at Von Rune. And he just smirked and said, "Your skills are impressive." Obviously, then Thea later learned he probably has a lot of respect for priestesses of chaos, given the fact that Thea learned the mother was a sister of chaos. So yeah, it was definitely those elements have probably been why Von Rune's looked at this group, or that group I should say, and been like, well, if Indy's going to do it, they're going to do it, and it means I don't have to. Right? He had to go get his suit ready for that wedding, you know. So there's just a bit of context for people, and considering this stuff goes back to fucking 70 odd sessions, right? So it's worth keeping that note. But Keldrath, no pressure.
Hey, I made it.
Yeah, I know, right?
I got
This is
in.
it. You're here. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the lucky few in the world to see the insides of Barris. So, yeah. Anything else you want to ask Batuve in that kind of moment where he's a bit, sullen?
Yeah, I know. Obviously, I've mentioned the idea of being his technology, but apologies if this is a little uncouth to ask, but what did he steal?
He kind of like sighs and he says, "Well, you have spoke of what you have witnessed him capable of. Primarily, it was our technological advancements that we had, blueprints and such of how to construct a automated, verging on self-governing machines."
Well, certainly seems to have method some degree. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it looked like in terms of your own designs. I obviously have seen
Would you
so
would you
much
like?
of your technology.
I mean, within reason, I could perhaps let you see some of these designs. As you can imagine, some are considered very secret, you see. These are still considered outsiders to the brew.
Did we probably should be seen in such a light? After all, we did appear suddenly without invite, as I imagine most guests do.
It kind of like
I understand.
he smiles politely when you say guests as well, like a very like.
Yeah, there's definitely a euphemism there.
Yeah.
I would be interested to see these, and I certainly would like to see how they compare to what I have seen of Van Rune's technology. He's been able to create something, whether or not it's close to what your own people have been able to I'm not sure, but certainly self-governing machines or something, some approximation of that. It does seem to describe
Ken nods and he says,
his.
"It is a threat that we believe he came to warn us of, and just don't believe he realised it was himself that was the threat. Sadly, that is what the Baru leadership decided was his warning."
You don't
What?
think it was maybe 6th in his people?
Do you mean 10th?
10th,
Yeah.
10th, 6th.
7, yeah.
Yeah. Some
Sixth-
number.
Sixth was my
Could be 1
granddad.
11.
My grand squid. No. So yeah, I think like I nearly called him 10th. Pulls off his elephant mask and it's 10th underneath. So yeah, Betuv says, "You think Von Rune profit?"
I don't know. We only know of one enemy that you have at the moment. You may have other ideas. It was just
And he looks at you and goes, "And what enemy is this? The Gith?"
the Gith, yes.
He nods, like.
Hmm.
And there's a tone here between the three of you, like when the eyes like dart between the two of you. And he goes, "Right. If you could return to your room in a similar unseen fashion, I will officially visit, and we shall. I won't be alone. You see." He nods.
Oh, yeah, no, it's certainly.
Also, take a player agency moment here, guys. Do you want to ask him anything else in like super secret? So have a think about it.
Might be worth, but I was supposed to always do it later, but it might be worth getting further clarity of what he did actually say. Right, the leadership took it that the threat was him. That maybe his appearance was a display of intimidation or something like that.
Yeah, like he's rocking up after killing the
But-
dragons and being like, "Yo."
Yeah, but what did he actually say? "I've come to warn you as a threat," and then just not mention what it was.
So
Or
from what?
did he
So from the
say-
way Betuv put it across, he was saying all the dragons are gone. There's a threat, and they said the dragons aren't gone. Right?
Yeah, and it
And-
never got further
And
than.
that seemed to be what caused him to go a bit more like, unstable. Almost as if, right, so you could read into this, right, because again, insight, etc., and exploring it. You could read into the idea that the Baru took it as the threat is that there's no dragons left.
Yeah.
Right? Rather than, because keep in mind, the Baru do see people as children by comparison to themselves, race-wise, because they're old. So they're quite used to like expecting like younger races to be making mistakes and stuff, and like they've come to the elder race to apologize in a way, right? So that's maybe you could see that easily. But again, speculation, but it's a reasonable shout.
Okay, yeah, well, if that, I'm not necessarily sure I would have any further questions personally.
And a lot of
Nothing
this
for me
depends.
either.
It does at least tell you guys that Betuv was in a similar envoy position at least 50 years ago as well, right? So it gives you like an idea of like Betuv's age. I think like the only person that would really have like an idea of how long the Baru live for would be Fleabite, if anybody. But whether or not Fleabite would ever have asked Lauda that question is very, very debatable. I don't know if like lifespans would have come up.
I'm trying to think if it did, and because I think if it didn't, then it wouldn't.
Yep,
Yep.
that makes sense.
Yeah, so was there anything else you wanted to ask him? Like, and keep in mind, Alexander, you can weigh in if you've got questions you would think they would come up with.
The only thing I was thinking is,
Just go for it.
basically, I was wondering is what did Von Rune have some kind of premonition, or was able to predict the Gith in some way? And we know that he was interested in portals and dimension traveling and things.
And patterns and such, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that sort of stuff came about a bit later, and if his
Well, like, so for just to clarify that exact point, this event seems to have happened just shy of 50 years ago, where Von visited Barris, right? But in the timeline you're in, you had Starling visiting Von Rune in Valeria, right? And in a year, she then died in an explosion. Somebody then made it to this universe. I'm not saying who, Fleabite, but somebody from another universe made it to this universe. A year later, the Gith appeared, and a year later, the Illithid ship appeared. Very, exactly.
Yes, that's all quite recent compared to the.
And that was, as I said, a year ago, right? That was a year ago, give or take the 6 months this game's timeline has ran, right? So, or whatever. I don't even know if it is as much as 6 months, but I think it could be. Especially since Valeria. So, yeah, you've got about 6 months runtime of that. So we're a year and a half into the time the Illithid have been here. So that's all been super recent in the last 3 years. So it'd be weird if he did have a premonition not weird in a really abstract way, right? It's a fantasy game, but it kind of makes you wonder: would he sit on that for 40 odd years, just because he got angry there was an egg? Right? That is weird. So, but that's just a bit of clarity for your question there. Was there something you wanted them to ask, Batuf?
No, I think I was just looking for a bit more clarity on exactly how long between those two. And if it was basically very little time, then we don't really need anything more than that.
Of course, that's not to say you didn't notice because this seems like it's been going on for a very long time. Maybe you noticed the pattern elsewhere somehow, but I don't think
you'd need to ask Von Rune, right?
Think that in universe.
Yeah, the only person that's likely to know would be Von Rune. Let's go ask him. You're high enough level of cleric, right, to cast sending, right?
I think so. But
you need 5 levels of cleric to cast 3rd level magic. So
yeah.
So in theory, right? Because I know you could learn sending, and you've met Von Rune, so you could, as long as you weren't worried like he was about sending things magically that would be intercepted.
I'm not gonna do that though.
I'm just saying it's an option. Yeah,
it's an option I'm not gonna take.
Yes.
If
these are done here, maybe.
So if we're done,
I was asking, are you good here? You don't want to ask him anything else, no?
I think we're.
Galdrath, any other questions for
I'm good. I mean, my questions would be more around about the Dragonborn and what he knows, but again, that's of little consequence to this conversation at the moment. There's more important
and
things.
He did kind of imply last time, he knows little about the Dragonborn because they kept to the Dragon's Eye. So, and the Baru don't wander. So, yeah, they've obviously kept tabs on Von Rune for obvious reasons. But beyond that, when Vanguard mentioned things like Evershade before it 10th, obviously this could imply that the leadership of the Baru haven't mentioned Von Rune to 10th, because if the Baru have been watching Von Rune, they'd have known he was at Evershade recently in an airship, which would be quite a key detail in their plans. So that's something you could read into as well. But yes, I assume you head back to the room.
I am quite happy to do that.
Okay. Galdrath, similar?
Me too, but on the way back, I would just like to say to Vanguard, what do you think will happen if he finds out that we've been sent, that you guys were initially sent by Von Brun?
Bagger just sort of shakes his head lightly and says, "Well, personally, I was never sent by Von Rune.
Okay.
I suppose, well, not that one, anyway. I've no intention of completing anyone's mission here. I'm here for one reason alone, and that is to find what I believe may be key to stopping this ongoing incursion. And, you know, we had sources beyond these particular individuals to indicate that there may be a solution here. So, but I'm curious what's going through Fleabite's mind.
A great segue.
Wonder if he's made it back.
So the camera moves
Oh yeah,
over.
it's almost like
handing over. we're done here. Okay, yeah. So, Fleabite and the Dragon Pal. You make it down the side of the cliff face. You climb back inside the balcony. Again, you're probably quite impressed if Fleabite cares enough to have like paid attention to like how well the dragon climbed. It seems to be pretty adept at this. Yeah.
Wonder where I learned that from.
I wonder indeed. Imagine it didn't though, and it just fell. It's like, well, oops. Yep, there it goes. Guess we'll look for another way. But yes, you make it into the balcony and back into the room. You've maybe got about, let's say, 10 minutes before they sink back up to returning to the room.
They had a meal in this room.
Yeah.
Certainly did.
Is any of that food still around?
Maybe up to them.
Yeah, there's a destroyed bowl of food, and plus we've done a good version
cared
and a
for you.
Yes.
exactly, and a nicer version, which may be dragon food. Coincidence? How did that work out?
It's weird
So
how
yes,
that
there is
does, yeah. Oh, it's good. So yeah, I think maybe it's the first thing maybe Fleabite notices is the smell of the food. Then.
Yeah, I think Fleabite will quickly go up and probably put the the ruined food just like in a bag and then into the bag of holding.
Okay. Right.
Save that for later.
Why eat when you could save?
Yeah.
Well, I want to have my ruined food and eat it too.
Yahtzee Croshaw once said, "There's nothing wrong with wanting to eat a cake you have."
Mm-hmm. Which is fair advice.
It's just
But then you won't have the cake.
well,
Only if you eat it. Wanting to eat it and eating it are two different things.
Well, then I think Fleabite would take the good meal and like do these fairly exaggerated motions of like eat and put a wee bit into like Fleabite would eat a wee bit and then try and give it to Dragon Friend.
Yeah, like maybe when you turn around after like stuffing the food in your bag and then like trying to get the better quality food, and we turn around and it's like, remember I tell you that there was like kind of like a sunken fire pit and like seats surrounding it in this room, like in the centre. It's just staring at like, you know, probably like still warm, like, you know, like fire bed, but the fire itself is not on, and it just kind of like starts to like crawl all over it, as if, and spins round a bit and then like lies down and tucks its head in it to it, like, you know, with its tail. So it's all curled up.
I think Fleabite will still go up to its head, like try and get it to eat.
Yeah. Do you want to roll animal handling for me?
It never goes well for you, does it?
No.
There is advantage for protecting the baby.
I think I'll use it because that seems appropriate.
Okay.
Which turns it into normal roll.
Yes. It's alright, yeah.
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 Don't shove it up its nose accidentally.
Tea leaves and water. Yeah. The old. Well, to be fair, actually, if this thing's got fire inside it, it could be a kettle. But anyway, so yeah, you put the food near it. It looks at it, sniffs it over, and then kind of looks at you and cocks its head.
Yeah, just do that show of putting it in Fleabite's mouth and then try and take like the main bowl towards its mouth.
It looks at it and then looks back at you.
I'm trying to think, how does Fleabite get it to try and drink? Just do that again with this.
Yeah, like you don't get the idea that it's not understanding you, right? Like obviously your animal handling was a good roll anyway. Not that Fleabite knew what you rolled, but it's just not doing it. Right? Like it's watching you eat, but it's not.
I think Fleabite will just like keep eating.
Yeah. Yeah. As you like sitting like just after several attempts just going, maybe I'll just keep going.
Can't believe I'm raising a fussy child. Where did I go wrong?
All children disappoint their parents in some way, right? So yeah, you've got that going on, and then it kind of just once you're finished, it kind of just like tucks its head back in, as if like, I guess, happy you've eaten. And it just sits there.
Probably just like if it's like curled up, just sort of sit down next to it on like a cushion and try not to pass out.
Yeah. You can tell as well, like when you were trying to feed it and stuff, because obviously it was in like the fire pit. Like the heat very quickly left like the stones and such that were in the base of the fire pit once it was lying there, as if it did just soak that up. That's something you'd notice pretty obviously as well, and it's quite cold to touch. You're leaving there to sit on your cushion. Anything else you want to get up to while you're alone?
I mean, I unfortunately don't have the wherewithal to rekindle the fire after I had to leave most of that stuff behind.
Fair.
No, I think Fleabite will just like be sitting with it. Just like still just kind of looking at it and being like,
what did I do with this scaly horse? Yeah. So, yeah. And then, yeah, like, in walks Vanger and Keldrath. Who returned to the room.
Can I roll for perception to see if I spot the drag?
I mean, you can if you
so
really
how
want
large
to.
is this thing again?
It's like a small horse.
Small horse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a really big dog.
See, in my mind, those are slightly different sizes. I'm gonna put it in like the roughly pony territory.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And imagine it pretty much dominates the room then.
This is a big room you've got though, remember?
Yeah, okay.
Big open spaces and such.
How big of a room is it?
It's very, very big. I don't really want to go
Okay,
into like
if
fucking
it's a
square
sizable
footage,
enough
but yeah.
room, I'd forgotten it was quite that large. Then that's...
Yeah, like the balcony, for example, would maybe be about... What's a good length for that? It's maybe something like 15 meters long, or maybe like...
Okay, so
yeah,
that's
like it's
rather huge.
It's
yeah.
basically the whole wall, and the balcony's at the opposite wall. It faces the doors in, right? Remember, Baru are quite big, right? As well, so everything's like Baru proportions here. as well. But this is like a big stately suite almost that you're in. For example, this might be someone's entire home. The size of this place. It's got
I
that
think,
big fire pit in the middle as well, near the windows.
Yeah, I remember the fire pit in the middle. Sort of on entering, I think Vanguard's first response will just be to sort of like stare at it, sort of furrowed eyes, somewhat incredulous looking, and sort of look between it and probably Keldrath, because Keldrath will be sort of coming in simultaneously, and as if to say, are you seeing this? And just sort of looking between the two quite quickly.
I've been thinking about how my response to this is going to be, and I've got no idea. So I am simply going to say to Fleabite, you found it?
The thing pops its head up and looks at the two that have entered. Kind of cocks its head and sniffs the air a bit, looks at Fleabite, and is you can tell it's trying to gauge what you're doing. Fleabite.
I think Fleabite will just sort of put an arm out onto its shoulder, and then Fleabite will be just yes, find hatch, and then Fleabite probably passes out.
The thing just kind of headbutts
lies
you a
back
little bit.
down on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it just headbutts you back onto the cushion you were on.
Maybe we should. He seems. Hello.
Kind of cocks its head back over at you guys, very meerkat-like, and it plods over, right? That kind of half run thing. It gets over to you. As you can see, it's obviously got its wings, almost undulating a little bit on its back, not spread or anything, but as if ready to, as if it's definitely curious and perhaps a tiny bit apprehensive. It sniffs a lot of you, Vanger, like a very curious dog.
Okay.
Clearly there's obviously a lot of smells on Vanger that it's maybe never been exposed to before, given the amount of herbs you're likely to be carrying at any given time.
I mean, herbs and spices.
Yes, the secret recipe.
Chicken. I'm just sorry. I'm trying to get in my head a sense of how tall a pony is, and I'm reading a very quick Google which says about 55.
I shared that
inches.
image. Obviously, I don't want to go into how tall that woman is, but
yeah, that's the problem. She could be very small. So I'm about 68 centimeters high. No, inches.
Not less than
centimeters. I didn't say centimeters. That doesn't make sense. 68 inches high, whatever that translates to, slightly over 68.
divided by 12. Yeah.
So
I get it in feet.
you're talking about a creature that's maybe a foot shorter than me. So you're talking about something that is the height of a shortish human woman. So something that's probably
It is
eye level almost with Banger.
Its body is probably about 4 feet. The top part of its body is probably about 4 feet off the ground, but its neck
Right,
and head are obviously up to at least 5, if not more. Right.
Yeah, so it's eye level with Vanger.
Mhm.
He's not looking down at this thing at all. It is level with them.
Yeah. As I said, it looks robust enough as well, body wise. Right. It is, built.
And it's not even a day old yet.
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't quite expect it to be.
As soon as you start talking, it then has obviously finished its sniffing investigation of you, and it moves on to Caladrath, and it just kind of doesn't seem to sniff at you at all. It just kind of stares at you, and kind of looks you up and down and cocks its head to the side.
Stupid question. Does the dragon speak Draconian?
There's a way to find that out.
Exactly.
It seems very young to speak, to be fair, but who knows?
I'm going to treat it as though it's a dog, and I'm going to put my hand out to it. And I'm going to say, I am Keldrath.
As soon as you put your hand
Welcome.
out, probably before you even get to even speak, you put your hand out and it just lifts its claw up and just sits it on your hand as if batting it away, but not in a playful way.
got nowhere to go with this.
This is how Fleabite felt, I think.
Yeah. I've never dug into how Dragonborn would welcome each other or things like that. I would, or her
Well,
relationship.
how would Dragonborns welcome each other? There's a great question to ask right now.
There's a good
How many have you met?
breathe lightning at each other.
Not all of them would breathe lightning, though, right? Yeah.
No, exactly.
I mean, it's definitely an uncommon hello, if you wanted to try that. I just don't know how advised it is.
Nah, I've got my own idea on that. So, I'm over 6 foot tall, so in the game, obviously. So I'm going to come down to his level and move closer.
Yeah.
Just so that we're at.
Yeah, and it just kind of pulls its neck back a tiny bit to try and keep you in focus, and it just still kind of cocks its head to the side as if just clearly just waiting to see what you're going to do.
Maybe it would like a good berry.
It kind of turns to you and then cocks its head.
Good berry? Oh no, it won't. A good berry is. Probably just woke up.
It's sniffs the air, then looks at you again.
I hadn't really thought about how we would communicate with it. Do you have any of those good berries left?
It
I
looks
think
back
I
at you.
took a handful and took 2 of them.
Yeah, you should still have a few then.
Yeah. So I'll take a couple out of my
May like
pocket.
Yeah, well, let's just assume you have 3 left. If there would have been 10, I can reasonably see you halving them, right? Initially. So 5 and 5 each. And if you've eaten
I
2...
didn't actually use any. I just.
Yeah, but it means you'd have them,
I think
right?
I had 1. Sorry. Yeah.
But you get 10, obviously, from the spell. So, just as a retroactive, this makes the most sense. But obviously, you could just hand over whatever ones you have as well, if need be. But you definitely have at least 3 on you.
Yeah, I'll start with 1 and I'll lay it in the palm of my hand, and I'll hold it out to him.
Yeah. And it sniffs at it, and you can see it definitely seemed to inhale something. And then the berry just kind of fades.
I'll take another one. And I'll try and pay more attention to it this time.
Yeah. Do you want to roll something for that? Maybe
Yeah.
a wee arcana for me?
We Arcana.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be draining the berries of their magic.
I'm going to look over to Vanguard and obviously I've caught that, and I'll say, it's draining the magic out of the berries. Maybe it doesn't need the food, it just needs the sustenance of magic.
Wonder if that's what happened to the. But no, I used the berries to test that, and the berries seem to be fine.
Do we have anything else? I'm going to quickly go through my pack.
Okay.
Just to see. I mean, I don't carry very much with magic in it.
This is that Spartan monk life, isn't it? That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing I've really got is a healing potion. So, as an experiment, I'll just quickly pull that out and unstopper it, and I'll look around for one of the bowls that the food came on and pour the healing potion into the bowl. Vanguard, come and watch this. Come and see.
All right. What are we?
And do you want to roll the healing potion for me? So that's a 2d4 plus 2, I think, isn't it?
The roll bit. How do you do the roll bit? All this weeks and still don't get the roll bit.
So see if you go to the left.
It's fair.
If you go to the left, you've got the little kind of
The dice.
d20 symbol. If you highlight d4 and just move over to 2, It'll do that part for him. We can just add 2 to that number.
D4
Alright.
plus.
Okay, just click it again.
No, it's done the
Nope.
20. Sorry,
Nope.
wrong one.
It's okay. So the other way to do it is type /R into the chat box.
Try that one. That better?
Okay, yep, and I'll add it to the top one as well. So that is, what's that, 6? Yep, so as you do this, you can see the kind of like that Calpol glow from your healing potion just fade. And it looks like it's some kind of like mulch that's left behind in the bowl.
Banger, hide your magics.
I'm not quite sure what you mean, but it does seem to be feeding on them.
Yes, it's taking the magic from the items and leaving this what we would call the sustenance. Wow. It grows through eating magic.
I wonder if that will continue indefinitely. I wonder if he knew about. Perhaps that's why he wasn't able to do anything about it. Or perhaps he was simply more intimidated by the brew than he let on.
Both are good points, right? Both could be true.
Definitely.
I suspect they fear him more than they should. But at least the two did.
I think, like, given what obviously Fleabite has learned and use as a party rather than like as players rather than as characters, I think these have understood the world probably fears Vonrin more than they should. Not necessarily without reason, just probably more than they should.
Yeah. Because they attribute his victory over the dragons to just sheer power.
Rather than jank. So, Alexander, you're not getting away with this scene completely unconscious, sadly. You are still conscious here. Even if Fleabite is pretending to be asleep, you can't avoid roleplay that way.
I think Fleabite's main thing to add would be not give water, yes.
No
It's
water.
not like drink and make very loud.
The thing that looks between you all and then looks back at like Keldrath and Vanger, and it makes like some kind of like weird, almost I can't make the noise, but it sounds more like some kind of distressed bird noise. Almost like a squawk, but not quite as high pitched. Very kind of guttural throat noise, as if replying.
Perhaps it's still hungry? How do we avoid it being detected? Do we?
I'm going to try once again to speak Draconian to it
Okay.
to see if it will respond. Just saying my name again. See if there's any response.
Tell me exactly what you're saying in Draconian.
I'm just going to say, these are my friends and my name is Keldrath. I welcome you to the world.
It just makes that same kind of throat noise again at you.
If it can talk, I think it might be a little young to learn yet. I suspect he's somehow woken it up.
And you see like the kind of dragon plods over to Fleabite and kind of like circles him. He's like pushes him with his head.
Creature can't be more than 2 hours old.
There is a distinct absence in this room. You two might notice now.
Of course, her fascination with the dragon is.
Yep.
I know you said that Fleabite can't get away from role playing here, but is there anything we can do to? I certainly can't. I've got nothing that can help restore him. But is there anything?
He's conscious. He doesn't need help at this moment. He just needs to rest.
Just needs to rest. But there's nothing we can do to improve that situation.
Nah, just buy him time, really. Because like
It's got to
his hit point maximum is currently halved, and he is at max health. So yeah, even the healing potion stuff wouldn't help him here. If only we had places to long rest.
Well, didn't Cynthia have that like spell of turn short rest into 5 minutes or something?
Or the catnap thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she ain't here no more. I think actually I should approach Fleabite and sort of like if he still looks out it, just sort of attempt to rouse him. Fleabite. Struggle him a bit. Fleabite.
Yeah. Should try flee. And just like
it takes me a second to realise he's not referring to his name. Well, perhaps not. There are some things we should discuss with the Baru before we do anything of the sort. How did you wake it? Is there anything else we need to know about it? Is that I keep calling it it.
I think did Fleet what? I don't know. Did Alexander get an answer to its teeth in the day?
You mean, do you want to look at its teeth right now and we can get that answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, weirdly, some of them seem to be different coloured gemstones. Not all of them, but like a lot.
Then yeah, I think Fleabite would say
Like its main four are definitely just like big fangs. But there's a lot of the other ones that are all the different coloured gemstones similar to Cynthia's like teeth.
Rune Mother. Waken it, yes.
Cynthia did.
And now gone.
Gone. How?
Gone.
I look at Keldrath with a look that conveys that would explain the stone.
She's dead. Did something happen? And when you found the dragon,
Egg awoken, yes. And now, like then motioning at the dragon. And now, gem bite follow.
I'm going to look at Vanguard and I'm going to say she is the dragon. Kind of. No, it can't be true.
Who would think? Think she is.
Rune Mother gone.
maybe some of her magic is infused in it.
And like you can definitely like you've seen Cynthia's teeth finger up close, and so is Keldrath. It's not like it's quite an obvious feature of her, right, with her different coloured like precious stone teeth.
If she sacrificed herself to awaken it, and it absorbs magic, she was no longer a normal flesh and blood person. She was certainly more magic than anything else. Makes sense that it would be able to absorb part of her. I don't think this dragon is Cynthia, but I think there's a little bit of her in it. Hmm.
I see this as a player agency moment. I can't remember if the conversation's down the hill with Cynthia. She turned around and she said that we had to empower the dragon egg to
Yeah.
awaken it.
Like that definitely was said. Yeah, you'd have to. And I think it was. Do you know, it's weird. I weirdly have the Sufim talking about that weirdly, and I don't know why that's in my head because I don't think that conversation happened. So when you were at the camp, with Sufim.
Oh yes, it was.
I was gonna say that's rattling around my memory. That came up like they would need a lot of energy to awaken it. But either way, you are aware of that. I just don't remember. Like Cynthia definitely said it at some point, but I think Safim said it as well. I just right now I'm thinking, why would he say that to you guys?
Safim did say.
So yeah,
not directly,
mm-hmm.
but yeah, he indicated it was like feeding a fire. I think.
Yeah.
So.
Because he was quite cagey about everything he said. So.
Perhaps if the creature is growing and maturing as it feeds, the best solution is to feed it more magic.
It kind of perks up a bit from behind Fleabite.
I don't know how much it's understanding, but it seems to be responding to some of what I say. Perhaps that's a little bit of Cynthia in it.
I just like headbutts Fleabite a little.
Cautiously, I'm going to look around the room and say it's already quite large. If 10th returns, if anybody walks in here at the present time, I dread to think what could happen. Feeding it and making it grow.
Is anywhere better go?
I don't know how you get a dragon down the corridor.
There is a very practical concern there. Yes. Can it? Can it fly yet?
It flies.
Then perhaps it can get out if the magic so guarding this place will let it.
But also climb.
That seemed like it wouldn't work. The walls being how they are.
Bit of a shrug from Fleabite, I think.
Fleabite's just done some amazing amount of climbing in the last couple of hours, so yeah. I like the idea of you staring around the room, just like, what do we do? Keep in mind, Fleabite managed to get the thing here, right? So that is something you would be very aware of, that Fleabite somehow got from wherever it was to here with it.
And
The
not get
Brewer
seen.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
The
I mean,
Brewer,
yeah. I think Fleabite's kind of like, I got it this far. Time for some smarter heads to figure this out.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Fleabite needs a nap.
Mm.
there are the two and perhaps some others of his kind that are heading here. We must make a decision. Can we let them? Can we risk letting them see this creature, or do we have to hide it somehow before then?
Okay, there, Chris. Or are you just doing the
I
maths of Batuve gets
yeah.
here, finds out he's just revealed that he's obviously they're there protecting the last dragon egg that Von Rune was angry about. Yusuf came knowing Von Rune. And you are in a room with the dragon now hatched. It's good.
What, like it's hard?
How long do you think we've been here?
Like in Barris.
Yeah.
What, like a day, if that, right? Like less than a day probably.
Can we just
yeah.
put a sign in the door saying "Do not disturb"? We're sleeping. Give us time to think.
I mean, yeah, but you'll probably be woke up in a couple of hours by Batuve if he takes that long, right? Since you do know he's gonna turn up at the room at some point.
That sounds like fine. Like, Vanger and Keldroth wait outside with the do not disturb sign. Batuve turns up, and they go on their merry way.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a nap in the room.
Oh, I guess then let's go into player agency moment here then for everybody. What is the actual... The next step is obviously wait on Batuve and deal with that. And the complication to that, since that's the next like scheduled event that we're aware of, is that there's a dragon in the room. So how do you solve that?
Yeah, well, that is the question.
Okay.
I agree. That definitely is that question.
So what are your options?
Okay. You said the dragon fits in the fireplace.
The fire pit.
Can we just not put a little blanket over the fire pit and just leave it behind like a curtain? Hopefully nobody notices and looks behind it.
Pay
Just
no
the one
attention
with
to
the
the
bars.
man behind the curtain.
Just like a big throw rug. Yeah.
Or Fleabite builds a little nest in front of it and naps. I don't know. I'm struggling.
This is almost as
Yeah.
bad as have Fleabite make a 2D illusion of a fire
I did have that go through my mind.
and just have it hide at the other side of it. Oh dear. Right, so I'm going to say something that I'm surprised she's never got to quicker is, well, Fleabite got it in the room. Why can't you just ask him to take it back out of the room while Batuve's in the room?
Because Fleabite doesn't look like he's up to it, honestly.
Okay. But that
Right,
is-
that's the impression I get.
Okay, yeah. He probably does look pretty bad, right? Because keep in mind, whatever the visuals of your hit point maximum looking, halved, and that would be the equivalent of being bloodied permanently.
Mhm.
So yeah, probably don't look great.
And I feel like there's probably just some... I don't know. There probably would be some sign of the exhaustion of having all the magic kind of ripped out of you.
I know what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I have a brilliant idea.
I think just before, like, Fleabite is probably noticeably still. Like, usually he's quite like a jittery, always scratching,
Yeah.
always like moving around in some way. And right now he's probably just like almost completely still.
So you're like in tired drunk at party mode.
I approach him with some with some good berries I forgot I had. Let's say 3.
And you're approaching Fleabite with these.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perhaps he should take. Just holding them out in his hand. I had more than we needed.
Yeah, Fleabite will take them. Do they hold on to their magic now that they're like?
Yeah, like the dragon is around you. It's not like stopping you engage with each other. Yeah, it's mostly just like positioned kind of behind you.
I think Fleabite will eat one and then put the other 2 with the food in the bag.
Okay.
You know, they don't actually retain their magic all that long.
Yes, that's why eat one.
I see. Well,
Vanger
do
just
you have
stares at the
any
camera.
advice for how you moved our new friend through the city?
Was up high on hill mount, then climb down side face.
Hmm. Hmm.
How obvious do you think? Like I'm just trying to picture the cityscape, and if we were just like suspended on the rock face a little bit higher up, do you think people would see us from the ground?
It's kind of a miracle you haven't been spotted yet, to be honest. Especially given this thing climbing down. But that's not to say you haven't been spotted. Just means that news hasn't reached you guys yet, right? But it's quite high up, right? Like if I described like I did last time, like if you're like balcony things like somewhere here, looking out onto like an area, obviously possibly blocked by certain buildings depending on heights of things here. But if yours is like built in there, and you've then like climbed up basically all that way at one point, and all the way back down. You came from like there with the dragon. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, like
could there be like enough foliage around here to hide under?
what do you mean all the way over there?
Well, no, so just like around that sort of cliff face part.
I think there'll definitely be like some kind of cover because like Barris is a nice city. It's got a lot of green inside it as well. It's very like deliberate though, right? It's very specifically cultivated. It doesn't look like much of it's wild beyond just the rock itself. It seems like as untouched as they can make it. But yeah, like the greenery around it definitely looks very like deliberate. So yeah, like it's not going to be. You'd probably find pockets of cover, but not a lot. And if you like, there's no way you're going to be able to get through the city without a plan, right? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible to get through the city, but you need a plan.
No, my thought was just if we were up here sort of thing, like could pitten himself to the rock, and that way it wouldn't be an active process for staying there. And if there was some suitable shrubbery, trees, cover, perhaps.
I do like the idea that you just like pitting yourself there and just sleep.
Yeah, that's exactly the plan.
Yeah, just chill for a bit. So yeah, I mean it's an option. It does involve you doing all that though. right, with a skill check. But that's fine.
One other, I guess, thing to put into the thoughts is trying to use the Gith crystal. Because
It is a good idea. I'm just concerned that it'll get drained.
true.
We have 3.
And to be fair, you did see that the Goodberries weren't just immediately drained.
Yeah. Because I know they said if we find Gith, but I feel like they also did have a vested interest in the dragon. Now,
I'd
I'm
like to
not-
believe I said also a contingency about the egg. I feel like I did make sure that, like, what's his face, Oradak and the Anarch both mentioned, like, other Gith pockets and or the dragon, right? I'm sure that was covered there, but I'd need to go back and listen. But, this would definitely warrant attempting to work out how those crystals work.
I like overall. I think Alexander and Fleabite would rather that the dragon wasn't like tangled up with the Gith. However, they are a nominally friendly group.
The
And
Zerai
we don't have a
definitely-
lot of those.
Yeah, and you may want friends if you're going up against Von Rune. Right.
We are.
If, indeed. So yeah, there is that. That's an option. But yeah, Wenger is right to worry about them being drained. Or there is just to feed the 3 crystals to the dragon to see what happens. That's the chaosy element, right? That's the thing Thea would definitely support. Because Thea definitely wanted the dragon for herself. But yeah, that's up to you, is what you want to do. I mean, keep in mind, it's a medium creature. So,
It can hide behind one of us, yeah.
Yes.
well, technically,
It
no.
could-
It can't, because medium, you don't block each other for being medium, right?
Oh, right.
But it could go in the bag of
course.
holding.
Hmm.
If it went prone, though.
Right.
I don't know if we want to put a newborn into the bag of holding.
No.
I feel like that's traumatic.
I think Alexander's just trying to defend anything that's in his bag that may or may not be drained.
Magical.
You got any magical things in that bag, Fleabite?
The crystals.
Yep, and everything else, almost.
Um,
Handful of potions, some magic
True.
items, right? Your robe of many things. Yeah. The bag itself.
The bag itself.
Yep.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
just saying, you have that option. And then you put it in, and then you opened the bag, and it was just a normal bag, and you're like, where's my stuff?
I feel it's more like it's going to get like shrink wrapped to the dragon.
Should have feedback again. But yeah.
So,
You could also just tell Batuve, right? You do also have just that option.
we do have that option.
That's what's going through my mind is what we know that they're protecting the dragon egg. Well, maybe that should have been the question we asked. What would their reaction be if the dragon awoke? What would their response be?
I love
But
that.
still,
You're
like,
going,
that's the question.
hypothetically, Batuve, if
Yeah,
strangers
exactly.
wandered in and
Exactly.
hatched this egg, what would be your feelings on that matter, and specifically the feelings of all the other brewers? Like notebook and pen.
I see no flaw with that plan.
I think it's too late for that plan.
Yeah.
Why don't we just contact them? What was their title? Anarch, or well, it
Yeah.
wasn't Anarch that was that gave us it,
Oradak.
though. It was
Oradak.
Oradak. Yeah,
Oradak Dorath is his full name.
Why don't we contact Oradak if he has any advice? I shrug. He seemed to have a plan, so I'm gonna ask him.
I
then-
feel like that does start basically, the Barris War. Like, surely they are gonna not want because we're gonna have to tell them that the Illithid are there as well.
Sure, but what are they going to do right now?
Well, we know they have some teleporting magic.
Sure.
It could be here a lot sooner than we think.
I mean,
I don't know
Ordak pretty
they're
much
gonna
did convey that he could teleport to these crystals. He did say that.
Yeah, but I don't know that they're going to necessarily, I don't know, just suddenly turn up and start attacking. Because
No, like I wouldn't say that either. I don't think that, like, especially Vanger has got like a sense of the Zerai because you spent time with them in, like, especially in like a vulnerable state as well, right? Like from what you know, they were in no position to attack anybody.
yeah.
Anyway, obviously there's a lot of time since then, so like they are probably all healed by now, assuming they weren't attacked again.
But besides what, they were not exactly a fully formed army or anything. They were.
Well, that's not to say that they weren't able to fight, right?
No, but they did not seem like a force that could mount an invasion in a far more technically
No, they were a
advanced
fleeing
city.
people. They were a fleeing people. They were very capable, though. Definitely, it seemed like a bunch of people that didn't have the resources to be as capable as they probably are, right? Because they've obviously not got their stuff as they flee. But the thing I was going to say is, how would you feel about a Githzerai just appearing in Barris? Would that complicate things? So regardless of it turning up with an army and attacking, which is, you know, not really like what they would do, probably, because they kind of implied that they wanted the dragon to defeat the Illithid.
Yeah.
Does that mean they won't turn up and try and take the dragon away? Right. Yeah, so that's something to consider. The thing is, it could be your way out, though. That could be your way out of Barris. Assuming they can get into Barris.
Exactly. Should we do it then? Because I'm inclined to say we do it.
Do what? Contact them?
Contact them.
Okay. Don't know, what's the thoughts of the other two?
That's what I'm asking.
I mean, I'm not completely against finding out what Batu's, like...
Oh yeah, totally forgot
are.
that, yeah.
I feel like there's if they'd wanted to destroy the egg by now, they probably could have. They may not have known how to hatch it.
The Baru.
The Baru, yeah.
Well, they very clearly stated earlier, according to Batuv, they were, like, protecting it, right?
So they should be thanking us for what we've done, waking it up.
Well, protecting it doesn't necessarily mean they wanted to wake up, to be fair.
Remember, they fled their homeland because dragons wiped out the Genasi.
Well, they came to a strange place.
Almost like they were making sure the dragons didn't come back.
Well, if they wanted to make absolutely sure, they could have just destroyed the egg.
I don't know, that's a bit hands bloodied though, isn't it?
Okay, how about then we do a combination of both? I'm gonna step outside the door and wait for our friends to appear. If
Okay.
you want to contact the Githzerai, I will explain to Batuv that we have a surprise for him.
That's such a good way of phrasing it. Happy birthday!
Yeah. Something along the lines of, you know, that Fleabite disappeared. He's a very, very curious animal, as we've explained, and he brought something back with him. Surprise!
Why
what
don't
I can
we
come up with.
make the contact first and then determine what we're doing after? Because if he says he can get us out of there, maybe some of us go, someone stays behind for a bit to speak to the Baru to see if this is something we can do.
I think the thing to weigh up here is about escalation. What events will escalate what? So how much do you still want to get achieved in Barris, right? Because you are about
I
to
want to
start...
help them shake off the Illithid.
How, like, what is your plan to start the ball rolling on that? Like, what is the next step in that particular one? because I know we had
to speak to
mentioned.
these two,
Speak to
because I
these two.
think that they're likely to be a group. You know, he brings someone else. It's likely to someone else who is unsympathetic to the illithid.
Yeah, I mean that's where I think Safim's going to come into this.
Okay.
If we could speak to Safim, and we know that he was totally against the illithid when we were talking to him.
And has a way in and out of Barris.
Exactly. So that's where I was going to try and lead
Okay.
that conversation about.
So he's
you know,
wanting to do
the
anything
Gallagher
before or
Gallagher.
after Batuve gets here.
Again, I can't argue with Vanger's reasoning that we speak to the Githzerai and try and
Okay.
find out if they can. Yeah, I hate the thought of splitting the party, but it may come to that.
I mean, keep in mind though, right? So Batuve said he was coming to your room, right? He didn't give you an impression he was coming to your room to take you somewhere else, necessarily. So his plan's to at least come to the room, as far as you're aware. You've then got the crystals, obviously, that Fleabit has in his bag, that you could use to contact the Zerai. Remember though that could incur them just appearing. Right, like, you just don't know how they work. It might just be suddenly the Zerai camp is here. And it would be a squash, but assuming their numbers haven't grown, you could cram everybody in this room from the Zerai camp that you left, not necessarily what it is now. Which would be an interesting explanation, like, happy birthday, Batuve, we got your dragon and a whole bunch of Githzerai. No pressure, bud. So that's something to consider, because you know they can move around quite well. You've obviously got...
Is this your way of saying that Hiranin and Thea would also appear?
Assuming they stayed with them, right?
So
may have-
is a chance.
They may have moved on with them. You know, Thea's like call to the sea was pretty strong, so not necessarily her skill at sea, but her call to it was pretty strong. Beyond that, though, yeah, like it's hard to say what the right option is, but you do have, like, you could ask Batuve about Sufim as well. You could ask Batuve to put you in touch with Sufim. You could try and get in touch with Sufim yourselves. I don't know how, but obviously Fleabite did make a good point. Skywrite, yep, the best spell. Beyond that, yeah, like, this is the time to maybe put a bit of thought into the order in which you want to do things. I'm not saying if you contact the Githzerai, like, it will be bad. I'm just saying you should consider the options that can result from that, based on your position you're in now. And you've also got that offer from 10th to go visit your people as ambassadors, which I'm sure you're eager to take up. Why don't you have a think about that over break, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes. See everybody soon.
BRB.
Yes.
See you soon.
BRB. Audio test for me again. There we go. So, welcome back to the Invasion Session 78, Part 2. I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 26th of January 2022, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Hi again, everyone. It's Chris here again. Still a dragon-born confused monk. A lot going on tonight that I'm kind of stunned by.
And hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanker, the Dwarven Cleric Hedron.
I do enjoy the way you say Vanker. It's always good. I like it.
I make sure to roll my R's because it should have a rolled R, but I don't naturally do that very well for a Scot. So I have to sort of self-consciously do it, so it comes out a little exaggerated.
It's good. I like it. It gives it very like a distinct sound to his name.
Thank you.
It's very Tolkien.
That's maybe why I like it, to be fair. Although it's only one name, though, which is, you know, very unlike Tolkien.
He does have a surname, I just don't remember what it is.
Yeah, and like, I think we spoke this before. I don't know if you ever gave me it, so I can't help you
don't
there.
think I did.
Yeah. So sadly, even the GM doesn't know Vanger's surname. But yeah, I don't remember that coming up in chats. But regardless, we're in a room with a dragon and a tired Fleabite, and both of you who have just had like some lore dropped on you guys. Yeah. Now, it's up to you. Do you intend to like immediately plan out the solution right now, or are you going to tell each other the stuff you have learned at all as players? Also, thank you, Siren.
Well,
more protect.
Okay. I suppose the question is how much time do we think we have?
Well, that's why I was kind of asking, because if you want to just like write off time that yous told Fleabite everything yous learned when yous were not with Fleabite, and Fleabite can have told yous everything he learned when he was not with yous, right? Because yous did.
Would Fleabite do such a thing?
Yeah, that's also.
It's literally what I'm asking.
Fleabite,
yeah. So why don't you tell me this?
I'm happy for them to have told Fleabite everything.
Of course you are. But yes, like that's something you can write off some time to if you wanted, as well. I don't mind it. So you just don't have to roleplay dialogue you have already like.
Yeah. The thing is, so I'm just curious, like, do we think we have the time to do that? Because obviously, while we're writing it off, time is ticking by in universe.
Yeah, but until something happens that I say, you just have as much time as you need, right? So yeah, you can let me know what your thoughts on that are, because how long would it really take to catch Fleabite up on that, right? Like 5 minutes? Really? If you gave him the abridged version?
I mean, I think Fleabite probably wouldn't be paying that much attention.
Alexander, this is to make the game
Sure.
easier. You know that. Why you do this? Remember we had this conversation about leaning in? We had this conversation last night.
But Fleabite could be spending his time sleeping.
No, you don't need to sleep on a short rest. You're not going to have a long rest worth of time, right? You're going to get 8 hours. Light activity is all you need, buddy. Light activity.
If we'd started before.
Sitting listening counts as light activity. Sitting speaking counts as light activity.
I think, personally, I don't know that I would be inclined to spend the time right now just because there are more pressing things.
It's fine, yeah.
I think we've got matters to attend.
Okay.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. That there's
more pressing things. Yeah.
Yeah, there's more. We've got a dragon in front of us in a place that is there to protect a dragon egg. It's not the same dragon.
So, what is the plan then? Tell me that.
I think, in my own mind, we are faced with a situation where we've got to be prepared to run if the dragon is discovered and it's taken badly. And I think that's the only way we can play it. We've got to have an out. If it's taken well, then that's the next step. But until we know, and the only way of doing that is just wait for. I can't remember his name tonight.
Batuv?
Batuv.
Yeah, Batuv. So,
but in
yeah.
terms of having a way out,
I was about to ask that
What if-
exact,
yeah.
yeah. What's the plan for the way out?
I feel like it's sort of hope that
Oridak?
Autodac, thank
Okay.
you. Autodac is able to transport us, right? Because we've not got Cynthia for it anymore. Whoop!
I think he was
Who's
2
helping?
hours. It might only have been 1 Oridak. Maybe it was only 1. Dora, that's 2 on his last one, that's why. Oridak Dorath. Batuv and Oridak Dorath. Just putting the names into the Roll20, just so they're there. In case they come up again.
Thought somebody was messaging us the answers.
No, sadly not. No.
Because we don't have them.
I may as well just type while I'm going then.
So does my life matter in this? As in, if
That's a big question. Like,
no, no,
Yeah, for you to decide, I think.
yeah.
so where's that click
But-
button, Alexander?
If, for instance, Fleabite and our dragon friend went out into the balcony, prepared to run, assuming everything went badly with Batuv, would we be willing to sacrifice ourselves just to get them two out of here, as they're attached to the dragon and the dragon's attached to him? From what
I'm
we
not
can
convinced that that would get them out of here. I don't think it's going to be as easy as.
see. Again, how hard it was for us to get over the wall, I tend to agree with that as well.
So yeah, you need to find a way out, right? I think that's like maybe your first hurdle is what is your way out? Like, do we have like a list of potential options? So
The way we came, which could be awkward, but I'm sure a flying creature would make it easier.
the downside is that flying creature might make it really difficult, based on what Fleabite mentioned.
Now, flying creature doesn't like water.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah, that something about that. There's also obviously the
Let's make,
Zerai.
like I say, let's do a wee list, right? So we've got the waterways, I guess we'll call it, right? The waterways. What else we got? Dragon, fly, maybe.
Probably no.
Right.
If.
Gith, yeah.
Finally, we have potentially just ask sympathetic Baru.
Ask the Baru. Yeah.
Because Safim was able to get out somehow. Watch as it turns out to have been the waterways. What a coincidence. We stumbled up in the same way out.
But yeah, like
So-
Sufima is somebody you've wanted to speak to, right? Let's face it. That definitely seems to be like a direction you're trying to go towards, and you know he can get in and out. So that is an option that is probably better than hoping the dragon can fly over the magic wall, or the gate that is a solid piece of like white marble, or the risk the Gith bring, I guess. Because the only downside was, remember, like, again, I know that some of you are running on borrowed information here, but Von Rune didn't want to like do anything magical communication-wise in case the Illith had intercepted, or somebody, air quote. But Illithid, let's face it, we know that now. So if you use magic crystals at the heart of Barris, where the Illithid are right above, Are you willing to risk them detecting that? Assuming they can, obviously. So that is something else to consider regarding the crystals. Just things your characters would be aware of, right? Things your characters would consider.
But on the other hand, surely Gith would be aware of that.
Aware of what? Sorry, if the Illithid could track it or not?
If the Illithid could track communications, if these are the Gith communication methods, wouldn't they be likely to have a good idea of whether or not the Illithid could track it?
Very possibly, but remember, the Githzerai that gave you them weren't facing an Illithid problem immediately. They were facing a Githyanki problem, and they wanted to improve their numbers and go and find their kind again to like reunite. So it might just have been like an omission through, the fact that they were otherwise occupied with, shit. It doesn't mean to say they are or aren't. That just didn't come up.
Yeah.
But it's a good point to raise, yeah. It wasn't stated, by the way, the Illithid can hear these. Yeah. So that is maybe something to factor in. But beyond that, it is still, you've got a big flying spaceship above your city that's generating a magical storm. Maybe it's worth considering stuff.
Yeah.
Especially if Von Rune's concerns about people listening in were warranted. It might not have been. He might just have been fussy and wanted people to come hand deliver stuff. So.
Or maybe it wasn't who he thought it was that was listening. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I'm coming more and more around to. We have to try and go through the potentially sympathetic Baru. Because the theme didn't seem to react particularly negatively to our Wake Up the Dragon idea.
I'm sure as part of the conversation he said if we make it into Barris that he might be able to help us then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, his main issue was if he was associated with you as to get you in, would look bad on him. That was his main issue. So yeah, you're right. Like, he could, if you're already in and welcomed, why not talk to another Baru? I mean, you technically haven't asked to speak to any other Baru, so you don't know that you aren't allowed to. Right?
Yeah.
I've been also afraid to mention his name because obviously then.
Yeah. Oh, can we speak to this other person who we know somehow?
Yeah. I'm just gonna guess. What if I'm seeing a Sufi maybe?
Although I suppose there are other ways around about it. That because we did have a Baru part of the group earlier on, we met somebody that's spoken to a Baru in the giant city. We could have just said they dropped the name to look him up while we were here.
Could be, yeah. Plus, what was her name? What was the weird witch lady's name? From
Let's call her Blur.
It's
no. I think it had a B though, so that's the same.
Well, let me go back in my notes, right? So she wasn't that long ago. Agtab.
Yeah, in the city. Yeah.
I didn't even get that far, but Abtag. That was it. Abtag. Yeah.
Why did I keep on hearing it as Bagtab then?
I don't know. So yes, Abtag.
Abtag.
Like, she definitely seemed to imply she had dealings with Baru, right? Very vaguely.
Yeah.
And with others. She seemed fairly travelled. So yeah, there is that. And that was a while ago. So yeah. Jessica and Rogan. Yep.
So I think we've reached let Fleabite rest and we wait and see what happens next.
What are you doing with the dragon? Just leaving it? See what happens?
Let it go back into the fire pit and just...
It seems to be like most like stuck to Fleabite at the moment. Like curled around him, around the cushion that he's like sat on. Like it doesn't seem to be fussed about the fire pit anymore. But the fire pit isn't on and would be cold if you went to touch it.
Is there appropriate stuff to light the pit there?
I mean, You have no idea how it was lit before or why it's not lit now. But you could go try and light it with like any method that you would normally
Yeah,
start.
I'll have like a lighter as part of my kits, my various kits.
Yeah, go try and like.
What do you want me to roll? Survival?
Yeah, give maybe survival. Yeah, why not?
It's not great, but it's not
No,
awful.
I mean, it's not like you're up against much here, right? This is like a nice sweet. Yeah, like you get a fire going, and I guess we're calling it Gembite now. Gembite looks up and looks over, and looks at Fleabite, and then looks at the fire.
I think Fleabite will like sort of nod. I guess start like try and make encouraging noises.
Yeah. So it just it like kind of like kind of folds itself from around the cushion, like grabs the kind of like edge of the cushion in its mouth, and just starts to drag you closer to the fire.
Yeah. Don't think there's anything Fleabite's going to do about it.
Yep. And it pulls you just next to the fire, and it kind of lays with you again. And it doesn't go into the fire though. It just kind of like pulls you closer to it. Like any closer, and that cushion will burn. Let's put it that way.
I'm trying to even remember who I stole it from.
It was from the cult.
That's I wondered.
Yep, from
That's fine.
the.
I'm sure they have magic fireproof cushions.
The Blood Prince cult thing.
Yeah.
God, that was a while ago as well. I wonder if they ever found a chosen one to replace Eltress. Okay. Yep. So, that happens. Yeah, you get your fire back on. I don't even know what time of day it is anymore. Like I have lost track of when this is meant to be. So it's whatever time of day makes the most sense. I'm sure in post that'll make a lot more sense. And then yeah, like you just want to just chill until something happens.
Yeah, I guess so.
So we're
Well,
going to go with talk to
The two.
Batu first and see his point and then consider the.
Well, from what I gathered from that last conversation, it's Batuv can lead you to Sufim in some way. Sufim can get you out of the city if everything goes perfectly. Beyond that, your other option is phone or deck. So that's it, really. And there is definitely time if you wanted to try and phone or deck, but there is no guarantee it would work. I don't know if you remember, like Von Rune couldn't scry on Little Bellinor when that ship was above the city.
Should Vanger take one of the crystals?
Don't know. That's a weird question to ask the GM.
Asking the abstract.
The abstract leaves it up to you. Your best judgment.
Because I'm not entirely sure that Fleabite's going to be able to figure it out, just in case.
I mean, there's 3
more
crystals
separation.
and there's 3 of yous. It's almost like divine providence.
yeah.
I don't know if Keldrath needs one.
Wow.
Eldrath has no magic. Why would you need one?
Your bird pecks you on your shoulder. Like pops its head out your tattoo and pecks you. And I'm slowly working back my notes because there's a name I was trying to look for there. And yep, Cynthia buried the Emerald Witch. Remember that? I remember that. Yep. Right, so as the
I'm sitting here nodding.
Yep.
I'm nodding.
To be fair though, I think you were watching at that point. As well. Yep. It was just before you joined us, I think.
No, it was
Oh,
after.
no.
wasn't it?
Was it?
No, that was after. That was in the trip up before we got to Giants.
It
Because it was just after the
He's
monastery.
just left. My brain had it just before the monastery for some reason. I don't know why. Despite obviously the Emerald Witch claiming the bodies from the monastery.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all coming back to me now. Hey, it's been a while.
So I think go try and speak to him beforehand. Sorry, I'm just
It's okay. I speak to who?
to
before he gets to the room.
Was that the idea? Was that they were going?
Well,
Well,
for?
before-
yes, I'd suggested one of us step outside the door, and we tell him that Fleabite has returned, but he brought a friend with him.
My concern is that standing in the hallway having that conversation is liable to get people's attention.
Yeah, you waiting
Mm.
outside your room, like, even if you might not try to, it might look pensive, right? So, yeah, you're likely to attract attention if somebody walks past. And you're probably guaranteed that 10th is keeping an eye on you guys in some way, even if not, like, directly. So, yeah.
Fair enough, we'll let it be a massive surprise then.
Or at least a medium creature surprise. Yeah, in that case, like, we can safely say at least an hour has passed for Fleabite's admin. Anyone else that gets a short rest, anything else that comes back on short rests, she's all. Keep in mind they're not long rests.
They aren't.
By definition of being short. Yep.
So I'm down to -6.
So I've got a wild shape back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spells are on long rest though.
Yeah, for you. Yep.
Now, sorry.
Okay.
Because I know I get the full thing back in a long. Yeah, no, that's. I was wondering if, because it's like the first time you use it, it doesn't cost. But I wasn't sure if that came back in a shorter or long. But that's
Yeah,
fine.
that'll be long as well. Yeah, it's usually quite specific.
But I do get my bonus action to get one back on a short.
Do you want to paste that in, that ability?
I think that'll just be with everything, so stand by.
Okay, let's see. You need to space this out more.
What the hell?
Right, so we've got as a bonus action, you can regain one expended psionic die. If you can't, but you can't do so until you finish a short or long rest. So yeah, you get that back on a short. So
I'm glad you found that, because I.
Yeah. It's because you need to
But
put
yeah.
spaces in this.
Well, I've spaced out most of the other stuff into its own bits, but I couldn't remember which bit that one was in.
This needs better spacing.
Um,
But yeah, it's there.
so I could use that to try and talk to Gembite.
You want to replay urgency a moment to discuss the
Yeah, that's
possibilities
basically-
of like what would happen? Because do you want to just remind your fellow players what happened last time you connected with it?
I guess it then drained me of everything. But that was when it was waking up.
Sure.
But it does still seem to be draining magic.
Yeah, but not instantly.
Okay.
I'm getting vibes that this is a bad idea.
I mean, it's up to you.
I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm just skeptical as all.
I'm as far back as Mickey the Fence in my notes, so I'm not. There's nothing you can glean from me. I just want you to own your decisions. That's all.
What do you hope to achieve from it?
Yeah.
It's to direct communication, which maybe is just beyond it, so because of its age. But I don't know. It's a dragon. How does that? Don't know how they work.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And it's bigger than Fleabite, therefore it should be smarter.
That does check out. Is this why you
Whales are
taught
smart.
Falcon?
Whales are large. It follows.
This is why you taught Falcon, isn't it? Because Falcon is, your height or less.
Except for the ones that aren't large, of course.
Okay, well I'll use my bonus action to regain 1 point And we
Yes.
have got that 1 point.
Yeah. You get your one side psi energy die back. I love how I've got a note here like Rondo Crowsight necklace for Lady Thaki. Remember when we
Yeah.
were that detailed about fucking gemstones?
Wonder Crow's out.
Yeah. Cave team at the cave. Combat. Roll initiative. It's also listed there. Session 30. Fucking hell. Mm-hmm.
I was relatively new to the party.
You'd been there for 10 sessions by that point.
Yeah,
so
still
relatively.
relatively new.
I've got the contract information as well.
Oh, jeez.
Oi!
Remember the dark times of contracts?
I don't say anything against anyone, but that was a bit excessive. As you know, I would never say anything against anyone.
As I know, yes. Yep. Right, okay, so anyway. What the plan is to not use your side
that's
just
fine.
then. Okay.
Fleabite will hold
I
off
mean,
for them.
if you want to do that, I always support you doing flea bite.
I think if there's an emergency where we want to try and we need to try and convey a message to it, then that can be an option. And
Mhm.
maybe it'll just be a gamble of do we either lose Fleabite or
Yeah, and it's good to keep that to a really
Convenient.
tense, important moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the high drama rule.
and I guess if we do get separated, then in the moment before that happens, if there's hopefully a chance that Fleabite can
Just
connect.
reach out and boop it in the nose.
Well, it's more boop you guys in the nose so we could
Yeah,
stay.
well, that would also work. But you know, we can get the gemstones, which we should do.
Okay, so do you want one, and does Keldrath want one?
Not sure in character I would be the one to say it, but yeah.
Depends how much Fleabite wants to offload this dragon. Would you immediately be like, you know, however Fleabite would put it across? Like, gems for the gift to get rid of dragon. Done.
It's more to get us out of here. I think they'll find it more difficult to separate Fleabite and Dragon than.
Mm-hmm. And you've been teleported by like Ordat before, so you know that is something you can do. Because you were teleported.
Were we
from,
okay?
Remember after the fight with the really bad fight where we lost Tink, mostly because of Tink.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what Tink. The Battle of Tink's Folly. Yeah. that scene. After that, or like remember Ordak was like being targeted, and then he teleported you to his camp. For the sake of me deciding how far away the camp was and not having to, he teleported you. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then. I guess. I feel. Are we wanting to do that all in character?
I think it's worthwhile having some of it in
Yeah.
character. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess it is just the plan.
Yeah.
Well, if we're not intending to call the Oradak
Yep. Ordak.
Oradak directly, perhaps we should simply hold on to these devices until such a time can, or that we must. There are three, and there are three of us.
Do you of think know how to make use? As Fleabite takes the box out.
I figure it will come to me.
Like doubt in Fleabite's mind. Yes, Fleabite opens the box containing them.
Yeah. And again, it's like relatively ornate, and they're like sat side by side. Very much like if MD's seen Game of Thrones when Daenerys was gifted the box of eggs. Similar setup.
And what's a Game of Thrones?
Anticlimactic.
Okay. I will reach in like a small river person, seeing something glitter in it. No, not at all.
Such a simple thing.
I would take one of the stones and gemstones, crystals.
Yeah, it's like a kind of like a crystal formation. It's maybe about the size of an Easter egg.
Well, not quite a thing.
Quite heavy as well.
I will also reach in, but I'll also. Are we just? Can somebody explain to me where these have come from?
Discussed that the Gith were divided tribes, one aggressive towards the other.
Yes, yes.
A leader of the were personable people. I aided their wounded. In case we ever one of their people to reunite them. And yeah, provide. Suggested it against certain threats.
And Levi asked if you'd know how to use them. Guesswork. At the present time.
Eh, guess what?
Educated guesswork.
I can't say no, but I'll put it into like some pouch or pocket or something.
Like
Sure,
into
when
your,
the time
pull into your,
comes.
like into your bag or something, because yeah, it'd be quite
Yeah,
quite chunky.
we'll just say, I'm sure when the time comes. That's all he said. By the way,
That's what it says.
that's what he says. Like, there's
Yeah, I
no
was
more
waiting on
to-
like Keldrath telling me if he was going to try and take one from Fleabit or not.
Yes, yeah, I'll reach out and I'll take one. I don't know whether I should go as far as rolling on Arcana to see if I can tell anything from it. But it's too early to consider that.
Yeah, it's up to you. If that's what you think you do, you could give it a go.
I think so. See if I could then advise the other guys how it would work if it's a good roll.
It's not bad, not bad. Yeah. So, likely it would involve a lot of meditation, perhaps even some kind of attunement.
I like that the non-magic class
Hmm.
is the one that sort of has good arcana and could figure that out.
Hey, he's a scribe. Like, oh, he's a learned person. Fleabit just happened upon magic a lot.
Yeah, and I really don't see myself as much of a magic user, so
Mhm.
much as spiritual leader.
While he's are
Not
working
much
out
of a leader.
how to
Spiritual
like,
guy.
yeah, spiritual. There we go. I've got notes here, Alexander, and you're the only one that goes this far back. Who's Lady Goldenfold?
So that puts me at the tavern in Runestad.
Yeah. Okay, that checks out. Session 4
Like,
is where these notes are from.
yeah. I think was she the
Proprietor.
the one that owned the place? Like that.
Tavern.
It's a bit of a guess, but
Hey, it's good enough. I've just now wrote next to it instead Tavern Owner. So that's who she is now.
okay. Lady Goldenfold.
Golden fool.
I'm just staring at one. The fuck? Who's this person? It's literally TI4 notes Lady Goldenfold. There is more to that, but that's primarily what it says.
Where's my TI?
I don't know if that's the case though, right? Because it then says lost for 1 month. Cognac fed party with fish, flea bite, still eating rations. So that is before he's even met like the get outside. I know this is way off topic, guys. Sorry, it was just bugging me. I didn't know who Lady Goldenfold was. I don't think it is the Runestad Tavern on it, unless I've just wrote my notes in the wrong place. But
what date?
Pronounced golden fool.
I don't actually know. I've not wrote the date on here. Do I have any dates on these? Well, I know that the session 1 was the 15th of April.
Yeah.
Because that was my birthday. I think we did well week to week, didn't we? So
Mm-hmm.
that would have been several weeks after that for session 4.
Could it have been the person that owned like the magic shop that Tink went to try and buy potions with no money?
Maybe. Like before they left. I just feel like... No, because party set sail for Runestad's end of 3. Anyway, we can talk about this later. Sorry about that. Just weird. Notes not making sense. Anyway, so the plan is work out what to do with Magic Crystal, as I've said, meditating, attuning, and then hoping it reveals its secrets unto you. So, that'll take, the better part of an hour. I can have you do that somewhat simultaneously to Fleabite's short rest if you wanted. If that's how Keldreth wants to spend his time,
would
or
I
does
even
Vanguard?
do that right now, or would I just?
Well, it depends if Keldreth's sharing this, right?
Yeah,
I
certainly
mean,
would.
Vanker can probably figure that out himself, but he's not going to.
Just up to you is what you want to do, because obviously the more you mess with it, the more you risk activating it.
Hadn't thought that one.
They're like,
how does this thing work? Oh, it's odd!
New crystal, who dis?
Yeah, just prank call or attack.
Not now, busy. He's in the latrine.
So yeah, I'll just basically say to the guys, before we use this, we will have to attune ourselves to it, and then it should work for us after that. Whether it would activate once the attunement's complete, I can't answer that. So I wouldn't risk it just now.
Okay, any other plans you want to do before the hour itself passes?
Well, I suppose we should discuss this, but what's our play if they don't respond well?
Then we need to get out of here somehow.
Seem that might be our best option. Pointing the gem that you're presumably meditating of.
It could turn out to be our only option, but we had trouble getting over the walls due to the magic.
Aye.
Who's to say the magic won't stop this magic?
Very plausible.
All ifs and buts. Eventually, we will just have to take a chance.
Agreed. What that chance will be. Perhaps we'll simply have to grow stronger. I
I am so tempted to try and hit it with a friendly lightning bolt to see what would happen. Squeeze some lightning into its mouth just to see. But no. I don't think there would be such a thing as a friendly lightning bolt. I don't think that'll work that way.
These are all the ideas of great intentions, right?
I mean, you could try and put some sort of non-aggressive magic on it.
GM, would you allow that?
There is no way to do non-lethal magic damage, so I might just hit you with that. Unfortunately, it's not to say you don't have something you maybe like try, but that's on you, right? Like you need to hit me with options.
It may just absorb it like it's done the other magics. We don't know that until we actually tried it, and that would be a last resort to try and strengthen it or kill it, whichever way that works out. No, not at the moment. No.
Well, like, what magic options do you have besides lightning breath?
I don't have any. Apart from releasing ink birds into it or towards it, that's really all I've got.
I leave the dragon with you for 1 hour and you give it a tattoo?
Vanger gets it high or something as well.
Perhaps I could try feeding it some friendly magic as well. I have a couple of level 1 slots left.
Vanger doesn't say.
I wonder if I used a cantrip on it. Because it doesn't sort of cost me anything, it might not have any effect.
Depends what you consider.
Okay, I have a friendly cantrip, right? I have guidance. And spare the dying bit seems less.
You did it, Cynthia falls out.
Hey, what does guidance do?
It's a very good
I think
cantrip.
I'd be useful to that right now. See, I think it probably just buff it, but who knows? The spell might. You know what? I'm going to try doing that. I walk up to it,
Yeah,
place
it
a
looks at
hand
you.
on it,
It's staring
and
at you.
say, just going to try something, and then, do a brief incantation for guidance.
Starts just like sniffing at like your clothing and stuff on your hand.
This guidance, do I think it is taking effect?
What does the normal effect of guidance look like?
It doesn't say.
I'm asking though, what does your guidance look like?
I don't know that it would really look like much.
I mean, the special effects budget does appreciate Vanger's approach to like magic, but also like
Yeah, because that's the way I see it is Vanger isn't like a bombastic mage throwing fire at people.
yeah,
It's more like a laying on of hands. Like there might be like a faint glow or something.
it's up to you. As I said,
Second.
it's your magic.
It's something like that. A sort of a faint glow around maybe where he touched the creature.
Because remember, it is a concentration spell, so like it is something you need to maintain as well.
Yeah, I'll maintain it for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, even
observe.
just the act of it being maintained, right, gives you
an idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't have anything to maintain if it absorbed it, right?
Okay. So, touched it, felt. Does it feel like it's worked? Do I feel like I'm concentrating on keeping the spell on the creature?
As I said, yeah, like you have, like I said, you waited the minute. You could feel the spell pressure, I guess we'll call it.
Spiritual. I see. That just seems to do what it would do for anyone else. Seem to be absorbing that. maybe you have to create a source of magic.
So much we don't know.
It's like sniffing at like all your kind of belts, like pouches and stuff like that, as well. Vanger, like again, an inquisitive like pet.
You probably should. I look at it for a moment longer, and then I decide just to conjure some good berries at level 1, obviously.
Yep.
And yeah, I sort of conjure 10 of them into my hand, and I hold them before it, and I say, "Here."
Yeah, and it looks them over and takes like a big kind of like sniff at them, and yeah, like they all seem to just like fade, as if the magic left them.
There we go. That helped.
Kind of looks at your hand and looks at you and cocks its head to the side. Looks back at your hand, back to you.
It's probably 2 hands. I'll sort of look at them and then just shove them into a compartment somewhere.
No, as in like the berries, are,
It's-
like they're gone. They're gone.
They're gone, right?
Yeah,
They're
like-
not just.
Like they faded as it inhaled.
Oh, okay. And then
Yeah.
just I look at my empty hands for a second. Yeah. Indeed. And I sort of, I guess I'd look at the creature for any sign of a change. Like, I don't know what I'd roll for that. Perception?
I mean, it'd be hard to gauge since you haven't like investigated it before, but it's probably more investigative if you're trying to get an actual reading on this, right? Eyeballing it would be a bit tricky.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could roll investigate now, and then obviously after some more experimentation, you could then like try and gauge, right? To get a feel for what it's
Okay.
like.
What a wee roll. It's a 10. It's not very good.
Hey, but keep in mind, like, the challenge involved in taking the measurements of something that's sat in front of you, right? So yeah,
It's not necessarily just like looking at the measurements. It's like does does it seem more spry? I guess that would be more a perception thing.
you're all perception if you want to kind of engage its behaviour, I suppose, but that might be
Yeah.
more of an insight.
Insight. I'll always roll insight if I'm offered it.
It like every time it seems to get something that it clearly absorbs, it does seem that bit like more infused, energy-wise. It's quite easy
So
to
it's
see.
definitely got a sort of sense that it is feeding it.
Yeah, definitely.
That's good. It's much as suggested. Perhaps if we simply pour enough magic into it, it will be capable of defending itself against whatever they can throw at it. Wouldn't need to be too worried if things go south. Hate to think of it coming to that, but regardless of how the react, you have to consider how the Illith take its presence.
It starts like headbutting your hands and looking at them and looking at you.
Yes, I'll give it a sort of slightly nervous pet. Yes, hello.
As you're doing that, like it just like it turns its head quickly to try and be looking at your hands every time you do that. It's probably quite awkward to pet it.
I'll just hold the hands out in front of it to see how it reacts.
It looks at them and then looks at you. Then looks at them again, looks at you.
What?
Maybe it's after more good berries.
I can only make so many. I don't spend all my power. Apps.
I've got a flashback to remember the giant at the bottom of the hill. And these were trading good berries.
I don't think I did anything wrong.
No,
I think I
not
was
at all.
right.
Get on a t-shirt. Vanger was right.
I'm really not sure what to do here. Neither's Vanger, for that matter.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fair. Fleabite, Keldrath, what are you up to in this wonderful time period? So it's feeling somewhat less messed up in some people's cases.
Get
I'm
any more of that
meditating.
food?
You've got it in your bag. I'm just meditating on that gem that we picked up.
Yeah, cool.
Fleabite's probably like wanting to take a nap, but is just kind of watching over Gem Bite.
Yeah, I stand by Gemtooth personally, but Gembite is. I mean, you named it first. You got there. But yeah, yeah. I think like as that like unfolds, like you've got the confused look of Vanger as he's doing his investigations with the dragon, Galdrath meditating on the crystal, and just like Fleabite fading from the world of consciousness slowly. There's a very, very brisk knock on the door before they get opened. And in walks Batuve, flanked by things you've never seen before.
Okay.
Yes. So naturally I could never describe them since you obviously couldn't possibly
Okay,
see
they're
them now.
undescribable.
Yes.
So they're clearly also illicit. Very Lovecraftian.
So, I seem to be automatons of some kind, flanking Batuve.
Oh, the technology he was talking about. Okay.
Yes, there are no other like Baru. It's just Batuve and a handful of these mechanical men. And in they walk, and in the look at this, automatons close the doors, and Batuve just looks around. For some reason, obviously there's a big table in the middle of the room near the doors. He hasn't specifically noticed the dragon that's lying down yet, but we'll see how that goes.
I'll go and approach him quite hurriedly. Batuve, there's something you should see. These are your automatons that you spoke of.
And I'll try as you can see what they look like. Go. There is a.
And they could see 3PO.
It is very
Implying that C-3PO wears clothes.
Yes, he does. He's very formal.
We've seen C-3PO naked in the prequels, okay? We know he wears clothes. We didn't just realise how much of a pimp he was, though. So there's two of these that flank him, and then there's two others.
Oh, you're gone. Okay. What a word.
Yeah, I stand by renaming these as many times as I care about until I get a name I like, but these are good enough for now. So yeah. The wardens are big. And the servitors are, delicate enough that you could tell they wouldn't get in the way. Right? Like they could obviously if there was a bunch of Bruce at a big table, they could easily get in between them all to perform whatever duties they would need to. But you can kind of tell their functions, and the servitors do have some kind of refreshments with them on trays.
How thoughtful! Thank you. Please, let's all come in.
And
you'll recall
5 seconds after that, Batuve just stops. You can tell, his trunk goes a little limp, and his eyes just go wide, and he stares.
You'll recall we couldn't find our friend Fleabite. He appears to have found the
Is that the
Aye.
The
I believe it is.
Okay. And Batuve collapses. And just the servitors just look down automatically. All 4 of them. They all just look down.
Is he alright? Can you speak? He says to one of the servants.
And then one of them one of the actual servitor ones with the tray looks up at you, very probably quite sharpish, Very like again, if we're going with droids, why not? Very droid motiony at the neck, and you hear like this almost like rattly, echoey voice come out of it. It's probably quite unnerving to hear coming from something like, I guess, soulless, right? And it says, "Would you care for some refreshments?" And it positions the tray very distinctly next to you. It's probably like scarily head height though, so it's maybe like, if it's been done.
Yeah, I'll
proper.
reach up and see
Yeah.
what to take something off the tray.
Yeah,
Thank you, very kind.
You are welcome. And it like janks the kind of tray back. So you've got like, I guess you've got like a jug and some cups that came with it. Yeah.
I'll pour whatever it is into one of the cups, and I think I think Mr. Stove here could do with some assistance. He seems to have fainted.
Yeah. None of them move.
I'll go over to him then.
The yeah, the collapsed dragon, like gets up and kind of like plods over and starts like headbutt him as well.
Might startle him. It doesn't.
He just looks at you and then
Wait for that.
continues to headbutt.
While the dragon's up, Fleabite will go and get some refreshment as well.
Yeah.
Oh yes. There's things. Keltrath, they've brought. Looks at his cup. Something.
Yeah, it's some, I don't know, some kind of honeyed wine or something. I don't really.
I'll have
mind
a
what it
taste
is.
of it and
Yeah.
then I'll say wine. I
Mhm.
think.
Um,
Very hot.
I'm going to be totally distracted here, and I'm going to go over to the Automatons. And again, can I roll Arcana just to see if I can? I don't know. See if I'm fascinated. So I want to see.
so
I want to look.
remember, there's
I want to touch.
There's two of each, right? And the servitor ones are in front, and one had like a tray with drinks. The other one's got a tray with like food of some kind on it. So the one that's obviously probably at the other side of the table's got the food, and then behind the two of them, there's two of these warden style ones as well that haven't moved. But yeah, so you approach one of the servitors, yeah.
Yes, I'll start there.
Yeah, and you can give me an Arcana roll if you want. Yep, and what is it you're wanting to know?
Let's roll.
I'm fascinated. I'm looking at the metals. I'm looking how they're fitted together. If I can see a power source, all these sorts of little questions,
So
and how to explain it in my mind. This is amazing. I will. I accept that I may not understand what I'm looking at, but I'm fascinated. So yeah.
okay. With that roll, there's a spell that you're aware of, that's called Animate Objects, right? And based on the Arcana roll that you've done, obviously you've read of this spell. Not necessarily, like, you've obviously not been able to perform it yourself, but it is something you've been aware of due to your readings in the monastery library. And this is like an incredibly advanced version of that. In terms of the 9 tiers of magic that exist in D&D, and I will call them tiers because fuck D&D for writing them as levels, that is a 5th tier spell. So it's pretty big. And the idea that these are potentially fueled by more complicated versions of that spell casually is interesting, right? But that's how
Definitely.
Kildrath could parse that, right? Rather than the technology angle, because we don't have, roll to understand tech.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But they do seem like relatively self-governing, right? From what you can tell so far.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not a million miles away from the B1s, are they? Good old Star Wars B1s.
I'm probably just giving a couple of pats in the shoulder, gentle shake. Not that it'll really shake him.
Well,
Probably.
he 100% fainted. He's like KO'd, right? So he is going to need a bunch of you to help lift. So yeah, you can give me an athletics roll if you want, or if Keldrath's going to give you a wee hand, you can get some advantage on that.
I'll try it first
Yeah.
because I think Keldrath's kind of lost in thought at the
Mhm.
moment. Maybe he can give me obviously are. It's not good, as you would expect from someone my size trying to lift someone his size.
Yeah, I think immediately you realise, oh, he's out, right? Like, immediately.
Keldrath, do you mind? I'm not
Karis, you just hear,
leverage. I
would you like his neck? Is what you're hearing from, like, the servitor in front of you.
no, thank you. Very kind, but no, thank you.
Yes, snack. Fleabite,
And, like,
jump up.
it walks around Keldrath, and then,
And I'm still fucking prodding.
yeah, you're following it around, looking at it, yeah.
So you have. Yes, Vanger. Yes. Fascinating. Look at this.
They are indeed. But our friend here seems to have fainted, and I can't lift him. He's too big.
Of course. Onto the couch. Onto the yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Good idea. Couch, nice and comfortable. I suppose it's probably better. What's your strength? Yes.
My strength is pouch.
I have a +1 in it. What do you have?
Oh, -1.
-1. Okay, if you assist me, then I suppose I'm broad-shouldered. Small, but broad-shouldered.
But you're all with disadvantage
I'll-
still, Fleabite? Yeah. Sit down.
I'll take as much of the weight as I can. He's heavy, but if you give me a bit of assistance, and if you do, I will then roll it again.
Sure, I'm here.
Hey!
It's much better.
Keldrath's been working out, apparently, according to that rule.
Yeah.
There you go. That was fine.
Just like slumped brew over the couch, yeah. It's good.
I sort of hold my wine in front of his face as if to give him a smell, and then realise he probably doesn't smell from in front of his face. And, like, hold it near his trunk. The end of his trunk, of course.
Do you want to give me like a medicine roll?
I do indeed. Let me just check that's back to normal.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's enough to like rouse him, right? And he kind of like comes to. And it's like, oh, he blinks a lot, and like his trunk starts to, like, pad around like his chest and stuff. And then he looks at it and he goes, "Vanger, sorry. I thought I saw."
Oh, you did.
And he starts to like just blink, I guess, staring at you. He blinks.
It's fine. It's fine.
No. What do you mean? It's fine.
Well, it
can't be. Surely it's something else.
It seems to be quite real and corporeal, and it certainly looks the part. Also,
He like sits up, and like dabbing his forehead. I think he's now like sweating significantly.
not sure why or how he woke it up, but
He,
oh, the flea bite. Sorry, you haven't been introduced. Flea bite. This is Batuve.
kind of blinks and goes, "Well, we've met."
Have we?
Well,
come to
technically, Fleabite was on the tour with him.
Oh yes, sorry, of course, forgot. Oh yes, no, he didn't come to the library, of course, but he was. He did. Yes, sorry. I'm a bit distracted.
But it wasn't actually Fleabite.
And full bite, yeah.
Tell him that. Yes, sorry. Yes, Fleabite. No doubt. Yes, you'll recall Batuve. Fleabite was able to. Well, I don't. What did you do, Fleabite?
You look quite as I feel, Fleabite. If you would forgive the description.
Yeah, Fleabite would just like keep having snack and just sort of like stare back.
Mm-hmm. You're eating, and then like you lift your hand up, and the servitor lowers the tray. And you take it and lifts the tray back up as you munch through it, and then put your hand back up.
This is great because it's adding to the illusion that the previous one he encountered was a real thing by being equally communicative. He's distracted. He looks like he needs it. The important thing is, it seems to be alive and well.
How? How is it? How did it? How? So it just looks at you again, like you can tell, like his eyes are a bit like desperate. Um,
I have a guess. I think it may have absorbed some magic from.
from where there's, I don't imagine there's anything of significant magical power in Barris.
I mentioned that there was an associate of ours who wasn't quite flesh and blood that had provided us with that wonderful little stone gadget.
He blinks.
Well, I think it may have absorbed her.
He looks like even paler when you say that. And he goes, absorbed.
Well, I think she never admitted as much, but I'm fairly confident she was not really alive.
Let me
As
pause you
such.
there. Let me say, sleep well, Siren. Oh
Good night,
dear.
Siren.
It's a
And thank you for the other inspiration.
Firing out the inspo tonight.
Oh dear.
to be fair, we've needed it.
Yeah. And he kind of just goes, and she, how would she not be alive?
Well, I'm not entirely clear on exactly what happened, but
He blinks and he's like, how did she get in to Barris?
well, she's not really a flesh and blood person, so I mean, she just appears places.
Kind of like blinks and goes, "Right,
I imagine you have wards against the undead.
undead. He looks at you.
I don't think she's strictly speaking undead. She seemed more like a hard to describe, like akin to a spell more than a being in some ways, I suppose. I don't think she was a ghost. Ghosts tend to be sad, cursed things.
Right.
Undead, sorry, is maybe a term that you won't be familiar with in this tongue. There are those who use the magics that I've spoken of to uh, terrible ends, and some uh, for various reasons, whether it be simply callousness or some particular uh, attachment to the idea of conquering death itself. Some have used magic to animate the dead. Of course, there are said to be powerful magics out there that can achieve this, and
Why would they do that?
well, uh, it's hard to say. It's some believe that it is damaging to the very soul of those who are animated by it, but it it depends. There are many in their kind. There are creatures on this mountain which truck in such magics.
Kind of
Um,
blinks, like horrified. And says,
a great undead giant creature. No, she wasn't herself undead, was she?
No, remember you used Eye of the Grave, and she wasn't.
A great and twisted giant down the slope uses the magic of the undead, necromancy, to create an army to war with other giants. Seems to have turned her into something quite frightening.
And is this she who gave her life for this?
No, just an example of
Right.
such things I'm referring to. I don't believe the one who well, birthed this creature or gave it new life, whatever it might have been. Not birth. Obviously, it was been birthed long ago, but gave life to it. I believe she was more of a perhaps
Over in the distance, I'm going to say, Vanger, a fey
Hmm?
creature. Take it as a fey creature. Somebody with powers that we don't understand, and then walk away again. Back to my robots.
Uh, well, I'm not. He. Hmm. I'm not. I'm not terribly sure what she was, but certainly she wasn't an ordinary mortal.
She has the
But
power to wake up an unborn dragon, then yes, she must have been powerful indeed. To what end would she? Why would she give up her life for that? He just shakes his head and then he's like blinks and goes, "What does this mean now?" Like you can tell he's lost in like the 20 steps ahead where he's panicking.
well, I don't know who Fleabite knows, and I get the feeling Fleabite isn't going to tell me, so I'm just going to continue answering him with Vanger shit, which might be completely wrong. So fair warning.
Okay. I'm sure Alexander's
Well-
conscience will involve him role playing at some point.
No, I wouldn't say. I'm not going to say I'm mad, but he.
No, nothing
I
mad.
believe she believed as others do, as we do, that this last creature of its kind must be preserved. There are those
How did she know
feel
we
that
had it?
me.
He just shakes his head again.
Sorry?
He says, and like mostly to himself, he's just like, "How did she know we had it?" And he shakes his head side to side, as if like, "How?" You know, it's meant to be their secret.
Avoid answering that one because
Oh, I
I
know.
can guess.
Mhm.
I don't know, but I think I can guess. So I believe that she was one of those of the belief that this creature may have an important role to play in protecting us from threats unknown.
Kind of like, does he like his ears perk up at that? And he kind of looks at you. And he goes, "What threats? Threats to you, or to the Baru?"
Threats to all.
Okay, that narrows his eyes and says, "I would hope that the candor we have developed between us would not have run its course yet."
I believe our hosts present a grave threat to all this.
He immediately
world
puts a hand up
anymore.
to like stop you talking. He just nods. And he takes like a deep breath and he goes, Fleabite? Batuve like looks around Vanger and stands up finally. A bit shaky in the legs, right? But he stands up. And he looks over to where Fleabite is.
I feel like probably Fleabite probably pauses like mid stuffing something down his throat and just like looks at him.
Mm-hmm. Crackers all down his like fur. Yep. Goes, "Can you tell me how this happened? This event. I'm not sure if I would classify it as good or bad yet."
I think Fleabite will summon the image in his hand of an egg, or of the egg,
Okay.
And have it like surrounded by the appropriate stuff.
Mm-hmm. The big kind of like crystally things. Yeah.
Yeah. And
How do you know of
Yeah.
this place?
Fleabite finds it. Yes.
Okay, like you can tell he's like wanting to ask more, but he's like, okay, and then from the egg has lay there for many years, why when you and this other what happened?
I think Fleabag was summoned the image of a woman, just like a human woman, as as far as Fleabag can tell, or an elf, humanoid. Because obviously summoning her, because Cynthia
You
has had
assumed that they would know who she is, though, right?
Yeah, she might. They might not. They might be clueless.
But it's
Her son, not her. After her death, allegedly as well.
Well, no, my point was more that Fleabag has tried to summon an image of her before and has failed.
yeah.
And so Fleabag's not even going to
Alright.
try that.
Okay.
Fair.
That's why it's
It's
just...
an abstract representation of her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Was that
Um,
during my time of the party? I
So
remember that.
people have tried to summon the image of Von Rune before, and it didn't
That
work.
rings a bell.
Yeah.
I thought there was also with Cynthia.
Well, remember though, Cass was able to turn into Cynthia.
True.
And obviously then Cynthia turned into whatever version the Tiefling was.
I've definitely tried to show someone what Cynthia looks like. I now can't remember if it was successful or not. Maybe it did work.
You've seen pictures of Cynthia, right? So remember none of the pictures of her had her smiling, and you were all annoyed by that because you were like, "Does she have gemmed teeth or not?" So yeah, but you've
Probably why she's not smiling.
yeah, but you've got you definitely tried to summon an image of Von Rune, and it didn't work.
Yeah, definitely.
I like how I say Von Rune, like it somehow separates them, even though they have the same
Yeah.
last name. But everybody knows what I mean when I say Von Rune. King Von Rune.
Because we talked to her and she's always referred to as
Yeah, Cynthia.
right?
Yeah, she's personable with the party rather than Von Rune. I love how I just used it again. Yep. King Von Rune. There we go.
Van Halen.
Yeah. Yes. Venadia. Helen.
Well, I think regardless, then I'll just stick with humanoid.
Yeah.
And animate it touching the egg and then disappearing.
Okay. To show any more, or is that the gist of it?
I think and we'll then show the surrounding rocks remaining, but then the egg disappearing.
Okay.
And
Footage not found comes up for like an unknown amount of time, I guess. Nice wee title card. Footage not found. Take it you don't show them the blackout part and then the dragon.
well, yeah, I think that's all that there really is to show. Like, think about what to say, and all great dark, and then gem tooth appear.
Gembite.
Yes.
Told you Gem Tooth sounds better. But yeah. And he goes, Gembite? You kind of like. It revealed its name.
Fleabag will just say, Gembite is Gembite.
Just like shakes his head.
I don't think I can speak yet.
I must admit I'm quite. I haven't much experience with dragonkind, personally. For the most part, they kept to themselves in the time after the fall of the Genasi. But I kind of like. He is definitively keeping him, like, you guys between, like, him and Gembite, right? Like, he is definitely making sure he's keeping the distance. Like, he's clearly, like, eager, but he's obviously having a very stressful day now. And he just looks at everything and says, well, is this why you came to Barris?
This was what we believed. Turn the tide. Yeah.
Against them.
No, it's
And he looks at Gembite and then says, how? It is young. How do you intend to keep it from them?
that will be our first challenge.
He then like gestures to the servitors, and the wardens like take up positions at the inside of the doors,
Yeah.
so that people couldn't just push them open. It might, like, depending on like how you gauge that, obviously that might look like you're being locked in, but you could read it that way, or you could read it in the way that he doesn't want people to walk in.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And also, I think this guy seems pretty trustworthy, so.
The guy just basically had like a mini heart attack, so yeah, he's doing what he can to just at least stay standing, never mind anything else. Yeah.
I'm going to turn to Vanger and Fleabite, and I'll say maybe it's time we mentioned another person. We seem to all be in the same hole at the moment. Maybe it's time to make the hole a little bit bigger. Could you mention the person we met outside the walls?
Fleabite's still trying to look at the ground, see where
I
the hole is.
shouldn't want to get anyone into any bother. We encountered.
I think Batu just laughs at that, like without necessarily realizing he laughed. He goes, "Sorry, it seems like we're in, well, wherever this is already."
Well, there was another Baru who had. We came upon some defeated Gith,
Give you like a look of like intrigue.
and when we investigated them, we found we were being observed. This individual revealed themselves to us, and he was one of your people.
Outside the
Obviously.
walls.
Well,
You will neither confirm nor deny that.
I mean, I kind of already have.
Yeah, no.
He wouldn't assist us in gaining entry, understandably, but he was not hostile to us.
Was he an
was quite
exile?
person. Don't believe so.
He starts like
He
talking
might
to
have
himself, like
met an exile before.
starts like muttering to himself at that, being like, "Why would he be outside the walls if he wasn't an exile?" You know, like just things he's running through, you know, in his head. And he looks up and goes, "You said you've met another of my kind outside the walls?"
He has Fleabite. You knew an exile, Varys.
Yes. Fleabite travel and scout and hunt with Mammoth Thing.
If that is true, what was the name of the Baru?
Fleabite, kind of confused, and will like just summon picture of Lauda, like his face, not the name.
Just letters. It's like a cheap skywrite. Did you not come to learn this individual's name?
Fleabite starts to rack his brain, and
I love the fact that it is like trying to like, would even Fleabite remember? Like,
Fleabite knew it as Mammoth Thing. And then we'll try and like form the word like Leia Layauda thing.
Yeah, I guess I need to make
Is
a
what
roll.
Blue Wind thing called it.
Blue wind thing? And he shakes his head.
It's an ally of ours who has been waylaid in other business. He was we mentioned we'd known someone of the Genasi blood. Well, Blue Wind thing.
He nods like,
He raises his arms as if
yeah.
you know.
And he does look a bit like incredulous at that. Like he's a bit like, okay. I'm learning a lot immediately that is a bit much to deal with. And he looks and he goes, this exile you knew returned to us. Lyuda. I am impressed that your paths crossed. He stares at you, Fleabite.
We travel paths together for my time rotation.
I just look at him trying to figure out what that means.
It's just Alexander trying to avoid the word cycles. So I don't just drop rocks on him. Yeah, and then he says, I see. And he looks over just as if like remembering where he is and goes, what was your plan now while within the city with this newborn? He might even say wormling, actually. I think he'd maybe say newborn's a bit weird. Wormling is better.
Well,
I think Fleabite would just like look at Gembite and then just look outside.
I
To be honest, I don't think any of us actually expected to find a dragon.
Oh no, I fully expected to find it.
Shh.
I just it struck me that finding it would probably be the hard part. I trusted that beyond that, well, something would be revealed.
Kind of blinks. And says, oh dear. He just sits back down on the couch, just staring into the fire pit. Okay. So you have no plan? He turns and just
No,
looks at you like a 1,000-yard stare.
not as such.
Okay. Okay.
We may have means to secure exit city. If getting this creature as far from them as possible is the best option, then that might help.
They, where would you go? Maybe I shouldn't know. Maybe I should go with you. And maybe I should stay here. And he's going through like a million options as well, right? Kind of half talking to himself.
Where do we go? Well, there are options there.
The the host are in many cities.
Indeed, but not all.
He kind of just nods. Unfortunately, my knowledge of the outside is limited, well, to my studies of the library.
Historical record, of course.
Perhaps a cartographer might help.
Perhaps there a cartographer we can speak with?
He kind of nods. He says, "We could well, I mean, I think you's best stay here and try and keep this one as secretive as possible.
Of course, of course.
But yes, there is a." He kind of like just shakes his head and goes, "Why would she give up? Whoever she was for that." Like he's still muttering about the whole story. He's still kind of caught up in the why would somebody give up their life for a dragon? And he shakes his head and says, I'll see if I can get out of the palace tonight for this. I'll see if I can return with the cartographer."
Thank you. And take care.
He gives you like a look, as if he hadn't even considered like any bigger threat to him. I went, "Yes, of course, yes, and you all, right, right."
Batuv,
He looks at you.
before you go, this room is pretty open. 10th wanders in and out. Could you suggest somewhere we could a bit more secure, a bit more less visible, or
Can you roll persuasion?
sure?
I think there's a floating inspiration if you want it, by the way, as well, just so you know.
Persuasion. Yeah, we'll use inspiration.
Yep. Cool.
So I put that on advantage.
Yeah.
Persuasion.
Persuasion.
Okay. Yeah. So you say that, and he goes, the only place I know that's dark to the host would be the library.
Thought that might be the case. Without traveling the corridors, is there a...
And he kind of looks to like you lot, and he looks to Vanger and goes, "It's you have made your way there unnoticed before.
True.
I feel like if I were to assist, it may take up valuable time. That I may need acquiring the services of the master cartographer. Perhaps it's best you relocate there. While I do this, I'm sure Master Safim will be quite impressed at what you have achieved." And he just like mutters away, like shaking his head. Yeah. Are we surprised? Are we?
No.
Yep. So yeah, he's kind of like lost in his own thoughts again. Do you like agree, disagree? Like, where he's going to be when he comes back?
It's not a bad idea if we can do it, but
Yeah,
What's the
I
stealth
would
in the dragon?
It's up to you. What's the plan? Like, just let Betuv know before I take him away.
I think we do it. I think we try and do it.
Okay. So, what do you say to Betuv?
I think Vituv, that would be the best place to place the dragon. If we can get Fleabite and the dragon into the library, and myself and Vanga return here, that would alleviate 10th. We can just say that Fleabite hasn't returned yet because he still believes he's out there wandering.
I'm unsure how much more time that will afford you, but I think we best yes,
Or
do that.
Or,
Like,
or we just lock ourselves away in the library. Vanger, your thoughts?
I think us being here would probably be less concerning should someone wander by. So perhaps if we bring our friend and uh, this young creature to the library, that would be best. Then return here ourselves.
And kind of nods. He says,
I think that's a good.
I will send the wardens and the servitors out first. If nothing else, they will at least be able to give some kind of warning. I would stay somewhat behind them. However, yes, I'll be back as soon as I can. I may be some hours. Just kind of like mutters to himself and then looks at everybody and looks at like Gembite and kind of just like his ears like twitch a bit and his trunk kind of curls up a bit and he kind of like turns back and goes, whew, as if like psyching himself up, and then he like gestures to the automatons and then they like open the doors and out he goes, and then they turn and all the automatons just say good evening to you all, like in unison, as they all start marching and they go different directions, like two and two. So the doors are open. The two of us gone, like say out to the left. Guess the library's out to the right. From this place. Just want to give me stealth rolls for you getting through the corridors with the dragon.
Fleabite, first things first. Get in the bag.
Why?
Because you're barely conscious, and if we trust you to wander around these halls subtly, you're going to end up falling asleep directly in the middle of them.
What call it means is you're rolling with disadvantage, so get in the bag.
I can just do that.
Yeah, it's still my skill with disadvantage is probably better than his skill normally.
Well, yeah, my stealth is I don't have a mod, and I have disadvantage from my armor.
Not if you're an
you know
animal.
what?
Not if you're an
Get in
animal.
the bag.
But you know what? I can take off my armor, motherfucker.
Also, you can just shapeshift into something with better stealth.
Also, I can do that.
Yeah.
I still don't know if you can get better stealth than Fleabite.
No,
You can definitely get rid of his
maybe
disadvantage if he shapeshifts, though.
If Fleabite does feel strongly that he is in condition to do this, then I will respect that. But in character, if you think you're up to it, then I'll yes, and then he'll turn into cat.
Right?
I think Fleabite will say, Fleabite need no way.
For some reason, I thought Fleabite did this because it was so well timed. But yes. So
Yeah, so I'll essentially just make cat noises and circle around a bit,
I think
and then head out.
Gembite just gets quite like excited at this and cocks its head and like comes very close to you as a cat.
Then I'll hiss at him.
It makes a noise similar back. It's not quite a hiss though, but it's a bit more guttural again. It's definitely like finding its voice, right? In terms of like it like barking or roaring or like crying or mewing or whatever.
I will make skeptical noises at it. Skeptical cat noises. If you that, just trust me on that one.
An air of judgment
And
about
then
them.
I will head on out, and I'll try and keep a bit behind the servitors. You know,
Right.
just so that I'm not.
Yeah, well they've got a wee bit of a head start now, right? Because they've had
Yeah.
like a wee minute or something to like head out.
And I will roll stealth if you like.
What is the plan for everybody else before you do? What's everybody else doing? So Kelly, are you just heading out?
I'm just going to roll stealth. I want to be as quiet as possible.
Also, there's a dragon, so I'm just going to need to help it find a way.
Yeah, that's what's the dragon's stealth if you're going to follow Fleabite and just become a.
Well, what if you and Fleabite help guide it through, and you take the lead since you know the way, and Fleabite helps, or
Okay.
I'm
So
sure
I would,
mechanically there's a way we could do this that isn't terrible.
yeah, and people can help each other and stuff, right? So whoever's helping whoever, please let me know. But mostly it's Keldrath. Are you going to help Fleabite or are you going to help the dragon?
I would say you should help the dragon.
I would say I would have to help the dragon as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There,
I'm
you
going to
do
say
have
the dragon's going to roll stealth with advantage then for that, right? For the Keldrath's participation in helping it get through the corridor, just so you know. What are you going to say, Alexander?
we do still have a floating inspiration.
Yeah, I think that's right. We've only used 2 of the
We've
3.
used 2.
Yeah.
That's Also, I believe, did you not give me an inspiration the other night in a game we couldn't use it in?
No, you could have rolled twice in that game.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know we were allowed to do that. Oh, there you go.
I mean, how often do we care about Starfinder rules?
Yeah.
You use it now if you want. I don't care enough to not let you use it now.
I'm gonna cross the streams.
Yeah. Yeah, literally.
And I want a cat with advantage on the stealthing.
So,
Right.
So I don't get
sorry.
advantage.
no, that's okay. That's you as a cat, right?
Yeah,
Stealthing. Okay. I will roll as the dragon.
I
Stealthing.
pinged the cat. It didn't make any sense because it's just like a box on my screen that no one else is seeing, but I did ping next to it.
Okay. And Fleabite, are you going to use advantage to get a normal roll?
Um,
Because that floating advantage is still there. Nobody's used it yet because Keldrath's giving the dragon advantage.
will Keldrath need it for himself?
No, because he's giving the dragon advantage as part
Okay.
of it. So their stealth is combined currently.
I almost think like stealth is one thing I can do. I kind
Okay.
of feel like
Okay, but it's like what else are you going to do with that advantage?
for when we need it.
It's not going
It's a resource, Ryan. What if we need it later?
Think about this. How many points do you have?
How many points?
How many points? How many channel
Stealth
points?
points.
Oh, 1 or 2.
Could
but those
buy
are
yourself
resources.
inspiration if you were in desperate need.
That's true. Okay. I shall
But those are
Those
resources,
are
Colin.
renewable resources, what I'm trying to say.
So it's his spell slot, so he still doesn't use them. Anyway,
Yeah,
yes.
you'd have to like sit down for 2 hours.
Yeah. Or like an hour, yeah. So yeah, go for it. Give me your normal roll, since you're spending the floating inspiration to roll normally. Fleabite. Okay.
It's pretty decent.
Cool.
And if that is not enough, I can use my psionic power as well.
Okay, well you know how this works. Do you want to improve your score with the psionic die?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. Okay, so that goes up by, so it goes to an 18?
Yeah.
It's pretty good, right? So you got a 22 from the cat, you got an 18 there, and you know, the dragon did okay, yeah. It seems quite excited about everything that's happening. There's a lot of activity all of a sudden. It's moving locations in like a relatively normal way. The last time it did this, it kind of like almost skipped through corridors, so it's wondering why we're not doing that again. Because obviously Fleabite and it ran through corridors as fast as they could last time. But yeah, you just make it through the corridors. You don't seem to be followed by anyone or observed by anyone somehow. There's maybe a scene where the servitors are down the corridor so far ahead, and then they greet another Baru or something, that gives you enough of a heads up to like hang back a bit as they continue on, and then you duck down the corridor towards the library. Vanguard, I'm assuming you're going to do the honours and let them in.
I would decatify and then do the beep boop up.
Yep.
Decatify.
And
Decatify.
Gembite just kind of like, again, seems to be quite mesmerised at the fact that you're now bigger. Looks you up and down. There's that thing where it starts sniffing at you again. Like headbutting you in the back.
Pressing buttons.
Yeah. Then the door slides open. Yep, he's all hid inside. I'm assuming you closed the door behind you as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, cool. You've made it. Yeah. It rolled well enough, let's put it that way, to get in. Its roll was one of the dice was a 7. That was not the one I needed to use. So yeah. Can everybody roll perception?
Perception? Someone else is in there. Oh dear. I have percepted poorly.
The old 1616 vision.
Yeah.
By our perception combined.
That's the
We
Ultimate
have
Universe
received-
number, isn't it? 1616. So,
Yeah, we were talking about that.
which is
the
funny
other
because
day.
Fleabite's from an alternative universe. So,
There
Two
you
nines
go.
and 216s.
yeah. So,
There's something in that.
so Fleabite, you notice this, and the others don't, which is nice. Yeah, immediately Gembite starts like knocking over shelves and boxes and stuff, and then obviously very quickly the other two catch on. It just starts eating crystals, like voraciously.
Stop that. I'll try and like hold on to it.
You can hear like the crunch, and you like people with magic feel when these things get popped. These crystals.
Oh,
feel
this turned out to be a less good. I thought they didn't rely on magic.
And then this thing starts to like munch and munch and munch and munch. And remember that wee check you did earlier, Vanger, about to see if it was acting any differently?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It seems to also be getting bigger.
Well, it seems to be working as we anticipated, but probably like slightly dangling from one of its limbs now. It doesn't
Yeah.
seem to want to stop.
And that's where we end the session.
Well, there you go. The told us, oh, we don't need this magic. Oh, it turns out they're alternative to books, just using magic.
So it's bigger now.
Hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Keep feeding it more libraries.
Oh.
I am concerned this is getting into feed me Seymour territory.
Don't worry, I have phobias. that will
Thankfully,
stop
it's not green; it's red.
it. Yes. There's no musical element to this either, luckily.
Green mother.
So yeah, it is now. Obviously, I know your tokens on this screen aren't accurate, but its is.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it would now be considered a large creature. Yeah. Names for sessions?
Let's think.
Oh dear.
This is terrible. This is just
Yeah.
awful.
You are what you eat. Yeah, okay.
Brackets books.
Oh dear.
This one's too big.
Is that just your suggestion? Yeah, this one's too big. Yeah.
It's what you thought you saw.
Any Peace Dragons fan will get that one.
And Any other suggestions, or are we voting?
I've got a great one.
Okay.
I don't know if we've used this before. I suspect not.
No, but I feel like you've suggested it before.
I probably have. I probably have. I do love a terrible pun.
I think we used I can't remember if it was for this game. I think it was for the Monday game. Long in the tooth. We used that.
We did. We did use long.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay. What are we thinking?
I fainted when I saw it. That's an option. It broke new ground. See if it had broken some
This
ground.
is
That
also
would have been great.
far too long, obviously, a title, but yeah.
What was the? No, that might go totally wrong.
What were you thinking?
The all I can think of is the rock muncher from. Oh, what was the name of that?
Nothing's coming.
Never Ending Story.
Right, okay. That's a
More
reference.
like that I've never seen it story. Because I haven't.
Okay, that checks it, I guess.
God, I show my age with these things.
I mean, I've seen the Neverending Story.
Even I've seen it.
I'm old enough to have
Oh
seen
God, I
it. I simply
can't
have not
pronounce-
seen it.
No wonder you never got its name. That's its name there.
Oh, so it's Polish.
So it's like, was it Bjorn Was it
That was my ex's
Krazark?
surname. That was a terrible joke. I'm sorry to my ex.
Were they a rock? Never mind. Anyway,
No,
so,
they're Polish. Well, Polish ancestry.
so yeah. Any other suggestions and/or votes? So if we're taking,
I'm going to be a shameless self-voter again.
I have to admit, I will cut off books from that though. It's a bit long.
It's also, I'm going to vote ambivalently for Bjorn Krashrak.
Kragzark?
Bjorn
Krak-
Krashrak?
Zark. Yeah.
Okay,
Bjorn.
Probably means rock muncher.
Yeah.
probably.
I think Bjorn means rock, so yeah.
Crank and wagon.
I mean, I'm also just going to suggest. What now? Because there was a lot of just going, well, we got this far. What now? Plans are more like optional things. Yeah.
Oh, you know.
Plans are things for other people.
Plans are for cowards.
Yeah.
Action is the way. Of which us do. The right way, the wrong way, and the axe power way.
Almost like the silent cartographer reference there.
Oh no! Oh god! Oh no, Ryan! Oh, you've just given me a legitimately good idea.
Okay.
Right, this is a little esoteric. I would have been your mommy.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see where I'm going for?
I see where that's coming from.
Yes, I'm gonna put it down as a sincere suggestion.
I put it in.
I think it is. I would have been. It's not. I could have been, isn't it? It's. I would have been.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Yeah, that is among the best chapters for titles for a chapter in a video game ever.
It's not bad, not bad. It's pretty lengthy, but it might just fit. Okay, so we have 3 spaced out votes. Excellent.
That's a classic 3-way. I believe it goes to the GM's veto in that case.
I think the fact that you've said that with one of the options being I would have been your mummy is it's something.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think based on that, I'm probably going to go with You Are What You Eat. I think that's
Okay.
a solid choice.
I liked it. I suggested it, so I probably would like it.
Yep.
But you know,
I'm going to trim off brackets books just for the sake of brevity. I'll pop that in our
But-
tracker.
as you know, Ryan, if the joke is explained within the joke is funnier, right?
I
That's
mean,
a rule.
I agree. Okay, You Are What You Eat. And goals, everybody. So, talk me through the ones you've completed.
Oh,
I've cared for the dragon.
Yep.
We fed it.
Yeah.
we've taken some care of it. Yeah. I think.
Oh, the bigger means better, right?
Yeah.
But we never put a
ascertain
timeline on that.
I think we've got a better idea, and we're not there yet. But I think we've made progress in the Baru stuff because I think we're going to meet someone who's presumably sympathetic to us. So I think we're making steps in the Baru related goals, but we haven't actually completed any of them this session.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't obtain a new staff. Menglod remains undefeated.
As far as we know, Menglod is undefeated.
She's
Yeah.
going to go down. She's going to declare herself Menglod undefeated.
So Fum the cartographer is on his way to us.
I did have a thought that might be who he was.
Yep.
But I didn't want to say it.
Yeah,
just in case I was
that
wrong.
was Sufim's career. He is a cartographer.
I'm also hoping he's the leader of the resistance, so we get loads of points from one guy.
I still like that you're really hoping that a resistance exists as well.
Exactly. I know.
If we make him the leader.
Great. Maybe we are the leaders of the resistance.
Yeah. After meet with Sufim, new goal: create a resistance.
Ask with her for resist.
It's like these goals just complete themselves.
That's what we're hoping for.
All
Okay.
they need is a little push.
Are we changing any of the current goals?
I still want to do that, especially now that obviously I'm aware that there was, a sort of magical tree staff from this set. Yeah, I'm not in character with it, but I still think like get the new staff goal makes sense for me because I do think I'll try and complete that here.
Like, I did say to Lauda way back when, it's probably like a tree that only grows in Barris. Hence why, like, when he was exiled, his family, like, I want to say, like, the mother of, like, Lauda, specifically gave him that branch. When he was exiled. So that he had something of Barris with him. That you could only get in Barris, obviously. So, yeah.
Should we have a new goal of save the library from the dragon?
I think at this point
It's
that's
too
almost
late.
a lost cause. But we should try.
You get Batuve gets back and it's just like the Native American with a tear down their face. Yeah. Oh man.
We'll stay away from that one just now.
Mm.
We knew nothing. We just put them in here and we went back. Flea bite. What happened?
Yep. It's probably just as well it didn't eat the crystals on the door. Maybe it's worth feeding it the crystals on the door actually. Just so Batuve can get back in. We live here now. And yeah, I guess is Sufim the pizzas in this gif? Just good old Troy. Right, so goals. Going once. Going twice. I'm assuming nothing's changing then.
No, not from you.
Yeah, I'm good to leave it.
Okay, cool. In that case, we'll wrap up the chat. Why don't you start us off, Leap?
I think that went perfectly fine. as you say, like if they thought that books were not good enough for them, then they deserve for a dragon to munch their hard drives. Um,
Sure, yeah.
I liked that wee bit about Batu's relationship with Von Ruden.
Yeah.
Like, and that sort of almost, I guess, not quite bashfulness, like that he's like, oh yeah, maybe there's something he could have done to stop.
Yeah, so I described it as like
theft.
shame, right?
Mhm.
Embarrassment, like he's maybe been a bit pariahed himself within Paris because of it, or he might even be self-imposed, right? So, yeah, it was good to. For me, it was important because that's like his job, right? The envoy. That's why he's dealing with you guys. So, yeah.
I think that meeting with him and um, obviously getting snacks pretty important.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Vital, you could say, yeah.
and meeting the like 0.0 version of the um,
On
Clockwork
Automatons,
Men.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, and
Because for the other two that may not have experienced much in the way of Von Rune's Clockwork Men, here's a wee pop-up for you, because this is one of them.
Okay.
You can see like where he's perhaps modified. You know,
Yeah, makes sense.
yeah.
yeah, and those guys don't have a lot of chill.
No.
These ones bring snacks, so I'm liking these ones a lot more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were other models, but like I don't have them to hand, sadly.
And we all completely forgot about all the other ones. This is the one that, when we met, we all remembered.
There is. I'll put the other ones just in chat, actually, because it's easier for me to share it that way quicker. So there's this one. A lot more combat capable, as you can imagine, from the other thing. And then the one that they all forgot existed was quite a big boy. It's that one.
Yeah, like
We really are going Warhammer here, aren't we?
It reminds me more Bioshock.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're up against that. So like, based purely on that, you can see maybe why Betuv maybe thinks Vonrin has a bit of an advantage. But you've seen what Sufim's capable of. And if he's a cartographer,
Mm.
yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure we'll fit Gemtooth into the cart now.
Yeah. Yeah. Or like the bag of holding.
Oh well. What a shame.
Anything else, Alexander?
No, I think it's good that we've got a bit more of a direction now that we sort of know what side Batuve landed on. So I was glad that that happened.
Yeah. Mostly it was trying to calm himself down again after stress. Mostly. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't have like coronary on the way back.
Yeah. Keldrath?
Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for Batuve. We've kind of hit him with a lot in a very short time.
Mm-hmm.
The finding of a dragon and not knowing how to proceed kind of has thrown us all. Which is a fun way to go, because the reality of it is, as I said, did I ever expect to actually find a dragon did my character actually expect to find the dragon back in the room when we walk back in? All those, they're all no's. It's just a mixture of how to play that unknown. How do we
Yeah.
escape? Do we just run with the dragon? How do we run with the dragon? We couldn't get in over the walls. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Just all that panic, all that, and just
And like to me, this is
not
like me,
discussed.
and it's me trying to like convey like why Barris has been left to its own devices in almost myth, right? Because that is awkward, right? And that's kind of the point. And even with you guys being inside it, you're still seeing how awkward it is to
Yeah.
kind of do anything. More so given that you have like the potentially watchful eye of 10th, you know?
But that's the concern over and over everything we do. Even mentioning Safine's name, I certainly didn't want to just turn around and say, yeah, we know another Baru called, because you just don't know what the reaction's going to be.
Yeah.
You're going to make a secret little roll and he's going to go, I'm telling everybody about it. And we're going to go, oh, fuck, what have we done? You know what I mean? That's the game. It's hopefully we're making the right decisions. Hopefully we're getting good rolls to.
Well, I mean,
to
look at
allow
it this way, right? The decisions you have made so far have got you this far, right? And if your plan was to go and find out if there was a dragon at the top of the mountain nobody else can climb, and you'd have climbed a mountain nobody else can climb and found a dragon, it's not bad going.
Yep.
Right? So, yeah, it's going alright. If you look at it that way.
Yeah, alright. Now,
libraries aside.
You're making this sound as though that's the only challenge. The bigger challenge now is getting back down, so there's always a challenge on it. Nah, it's all good. All good.
Oh, there's a lot of challenge, trust me.
Oh, and an evil laugh as well. We even got an evil laugh, so
that's the only laugh I have. There we go, is that better? Yeah, and plus when you get outside, you aren't even safe then, because other cities have the Illithid and also Vonrun. So don't worry about just the problems inside the city. And also all the Gith Yankee. No, the angry ones.
See, this is no, never mind. That's a quest for next week.
And also the way down, because you need to go back through all the territory you've went through before, unless you like,
fly on the dragon after it eats more crystals.
Yeah, feed it more libraries. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Nah, it's all good. It's all fun. Good. Bit of a struggle there getting through what we had to do, but yeah.
Sometimes the panic is part of it, though, right? Oh God, what do we do? And sadly, you just have to pick something and hope, right?
Yeah,
it's good.
Indeed.
Good. Vanger.
Another good session.
Oh, thank you.
It was the natural next choice. Yeah, that was fun. It was stressful, sort of trying to think through what we would do because, like we'd kind of just thought, okay, that's a big objective. We'll go and do it and worry about what comes after. But obviously, we got to that stage, and then it wasn't self-evident what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was a bit of a tough one. It was fun. It was fun getting the sort of reaction of Batuve and maybe getting a hint into what our plan might look like, who we might be finding allies in. Maybe we're getting Zafim back next session. Maybe that's the beginning of our way out with the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
very potentially, yeah. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. At least you know he had a way in and out, which is something. Whether or not you can fit a dragon through it is a different story.
And it's probably the thing is that it's probably something that we'll be able to follow through because it's something that he was able to use rather than just like a teleportation or something like that, right? He was presumably flying in and out.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could fly, so that's it checks out. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else, bud?
My brain is rather tired. I mean, my brain is me, so that's redundant. I'm rather tired, so I don't have any more thoughts. So I will call it. I'll call it there. Thank you for running, and
Thank you for playing. Yeah.
thank you for playing, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Indeed.
thank you for playing. Thank you to everyone who watched as well. Thank you again to Siren for all the inspiration this particular
thank you for that.
session. And yeah, let's. Well done, Betuve, for getting through that, I suppose.
Yeah.
Say goodbye, everybody.
Good night.